misses. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchased with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Here we go. There we go. Good morning, boys and girls. Ready to rock and roll on a beautiful morning here on a Tuesday or on a Wednesday. Wednesday. We got the Sloman's Inside the Paint show. That's why we're up a little earlier than we normally are during the week, as you all know. So we're going to have some fun. We got a loaded show for you today. Ira and Clay will take over at 9 o'clock like they always do. They'll have a strong hour, as they always do every week, talking all things Miami Heat. Your Heat, by the way, are in action tonight at 7:30 against the Blazers, who are terrible. What are they, like 4-14? What was it? 4-14 on the road, the Blazers. So the Heat have got to take care of business tonight, all right? So they got to do that for sure tonight. So the boys will be talking, obviously, about the Heat and anything else going on in the NBA, and things are looking really, really good for both of our winter teams. I know the Panthers they had a rough one last night in Calgary. Sam Bennett was the only one that had like a little bit of a revenge, I guess, against his former team, but it didn't go well there last night as they end up losing 5-1. I mean, they won the last two games like 77-2. So it's just one of those things where they had plenty of offense the last couple of nights, and I guess they showed up in Calgary with very little offense. They'll get it back again. I'm not worried about it. What do they play? Edmonton, I think. Yeah, Edmonton on Thursday tomorrow. So they'll be fine. They can score like crazy. It's one of those nights. It is what it is. Panthers have been just absolutely awesome. They're the best team in the league. So we're all good. Looking forward to it. So we got a loaded show. Joe Shad's going to stop by at 11:30 with our American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins report. Also, Michelle Kaufman will join us at noon to talk a little Inter as the season is about to start. And I know some of you out there aren't the biggest soccer people and all that, but we are a complete sports talk show. Okay, so we want to appease the hockey people, the soccer people, and whenever the hell baseball wants to start playing, we'll do that too. Also, it's not just going to be Dolphins, Canes, and Heat. Yes, the world will revolve around the Heat and the Canes and the Dolphins. I get all of that, and the big stories that are going on nationally, and those are the things that are going to obviously be the center of this, in crypto, of course. And I've got a very interesting OK Coin corner for you this today. So you're going to want to listen and pay attention to the OK Coin crypto corner today, because I've got a little something for you to focus in on. I always have some fun over the years with fans that stats don't tell you the whole story. And so, before we get heavy into basketball, I wanted to just throw that out there because it's funny, because those of us that have been in the business forever, whether you're a writer, whether you're on television, whether you're on radio, stats are a beautiful thing, because stats, and it doesn't matter, it can happen in science, it can happen in politics, it can happen in entertainment. Stats can be used the same way. I can spin stats in a positive way, and the same stats you gave me, I can spin them and make them look in a negative way, right? And so last night, I'm laughing because a lot of times, this is why I always say you've got to watch the games, because sometimes the stats don't tell you the story. The stats may look good, but you didn't watch the game. The person got a lot of their points or yards or whatever at the end of the game when it was already decided. So it wasn't that impressive. Oh, he picked up 3 sacks, but you didn't realize that he was playing the third string tackle. These are the things that, PFF or whatever, they put out those grades, and you're like looking at them, and you're not really looking at the whole equation of all of those stats. So you got the wow, he had a great game, 3 sacks, but you didn't pay attention that it was a third string tackle. Those kind of things. So last night, the PFF Dolphins side of it, right? And I laugh because these kind of things happen all the time. And, PFF, look, man, I know they've got their own system and they're working it and whatever, and people get suckered into it. I'm not that much of a buyer into the PFF stats because, again, I think they can be spun any way you want. And so it comes out, Xavier Howard. From weeks 10 to 18, Xavier Howard had the highest coverage grade among all cornerbacks during the 2021 season at 86.8. Right? So there you go. So you look and you go, oh, you see, X is balling, dude. But then, I retweeted that. And I retweeted, well, look at the teams they played. Not one good passer, not one elite passer. They played the Ravens, the Jets, the Panthers, the Giants, the Jets again, the Saints, the Titans, and the Patriots. No elite passers. I'm not giving Tannehill an elite passer. No elite passers. In fact, in that game, you got beat by the quarterback throwing 120 yards. So, this is why it gets spun. You know what I mean? And that's the problem. Stats can be spun however you want. And so, they come out and they put all that. Why didn't they put the grades in the games before that they were the better teams and the better quarterbacks and the better receivers and all of that? They didn't want to do that. You know what I mean? Why didn't PFF do that instead? But they didn't want to do that because it wouldn't look good. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those where it's interesting. And that's why at times I know some of you lose your mind when I say he needs to be moved. And he needs to be moved for many reasons, not just for him, but for other reasons. And we'll get into that later on the show. But I just laugh because I saw the stat. And I go, well, and I knew right away that stat was kind of bogus because, again, you didn't really face many quarterbacks in the process. But that makes your lazy fan. The lazy fan grabs it and says, oh, you see, he's awesome. He didn't play anybody awesome. That's the thing. If you played awesome people during that stretch and you were that good, great. But you didn't even play one. Not three, not two, not one, none. In LeBron James style backwards. None during that entire stretch. So much for PFF stats that's the reason why most of us that actually follow it don't really trust those kind of stats because they're really not accurate. They don't tell you the whole story. And that's a major problem overall. Anyway, plenty of things to talk about today on the program. A great win last night for the Canes. Even though I'm not the biggest college basketball admirer anymore. I used to be a monster college basketball fan. And I watched it half-ass yesterday. I did. And it was fun. I was happy for the kids. That's really why. But it's just I don't know, man. I'm the old man on the lawn and all that. When you grow up watching Patrick Ewing for 3 to 4 years and Michael Jordan and UNLV taking on Duke, and for 2 straight years, it felt like 2 semi-NBA teams. That's the thing about college basketball now. College basketball back in the day was the notch under the NBA. Now it's like a slight notch over high school basketball. That's the problem. You know what I mean? So we went from having our superstars in college basketball, because there are 0 now, but we went from having our college superstar basketball players 3 to 4 years on rosters. So they developed rivalries and things. Like I had just said, UNLV Duke for 2 years was some of the greatest basketball you'll ever see at the college level. You know what I mean? Why? Because it was loaded with a bunch of NBA players. So when you grow up with that, when you grow up with Boeheim and Syracuse teams that were just freaking loaded, it's hard, man. It's really hard. Young people don't understand it because they didn't live it. But those of us that live that high caliber college basketball, you have to admit to yourself that it's a lot harder to watch this now than what we used to watch. What we used to watch was elite college basketball. And then it got to the point where your stars were just one and dones. And that still wasn't good enough either. Can you imagine where you're at now? So that's where I'm torn. And I gotta think that a lot of older fans like myself are torn, because you're watching college basketball and yeah, it's competition. The kids are terrific. They're playing their hearts out. You love all, just like high school. But that's the problem. You kind of look at it like high schoolish, like it's cute. And that's not the way that's not the way I looked at North Carolina. They weren't cute. They were badasses. You know what I'm saying? And that's the difference now. And it just I can't help myself. I just cannot help myself. I sit there and I look at today's college basketball and I look at it and I think it's Mickey Mouse compared to what I used to watch. You know what I mean? It sucks. Sucks. I'm sure it's, young guys that are in their teens and 20s and early 30s. They have no idea what the hell I'm talking about because they did not live it. So they haven't had the rug pulled out from under them like I have and many others. You know what I mean? I don't know how many of you feel the same way, but it's just when I watch college basketball, I'm there, but I'm not really impressed. Let's put it that way. You know what I mean? And that's the sad part. Anyway, 855-912-1056 is the text line. That's 855-912-1056. Remember to smash the like button. We get ready for a little Slowman's inside the paint. The boys are locked and loaded. Boys, how are you doing? You doing all right?
Hey, coming off a win, it's always an easier show. I always time the Heat. I always tell them, if you're going to lose on a Monday or a Wednesday because I don't have the show next day, and then you can make things right before that. Or else I have the big old pity party, whether it's our friends from Sloman's Home Security or Acura Pembroke Pines. So as long as Big O, they time things right, I'm fine. Because, and sometimes not even then. And I know Clay and I will get into this, but I never realized that the Omer Yurtseven fan club in South Florida was as big as the Dan Marino fan club. It's like it's backup quarterback syndrome squared.
Yeah, Matt Moore. Yeah, exactly. That's just kind of the way it is. And by the way, aren't we at a point, gentlemen, that when the Heat and the Panthers lose, like last night, it's like, okay, it's all right. They'll get back on track. I'm not worrying about it. They win so damn much that they gotta lose some.
Well, it's funny you say that. I think you hit on a point that I wanted to get to at the top of the show, but we'll do it right now. I thought they may have played better in their loss against Philadelphia than they did in their win against Atlanta, and perhaps even in the win against Toronto. That one's a little bit debatable, but against Philadelphia, shots just weren't going in. I mean, how many times was Jimmy Butler going to miss a shot at the bucket, and how many times are you going to miss wide open 3-pointers? They hit 2 or 3 of those wide open threes that they missed. That Philadelphia game's a completely different story. So you're right, and it's a make or miss league. And what you're seeing with this team is the most important thing to Eric Spoelstra is, are they playing defense, and are they getting the shots that they want? And in that Philadelphia game, they did, I think, even to a greater extent than they did in the 2 games that they won. The shots just weren't falling.
Ira?
I would agree, except I don't count the Toronto game or a lot of these games because unless the Heat are whole, I still don't know who they ultimately are. I love the underdog story. I just published a story on Gabe Vincent. I called him the Ray Donovan of the Heat. He's the fixer. He doesn't always show up, but when things go wrong, he shows up. Kyle Lowry doesn't play. He takes care of things. But Clay and Big O, the games that matter are the Lowry, Adebayo, Butler together games, which we haven't seen since November 27th. We won't see again tonight with Kyle out for personal reasons, because that's the make or break team. That's the miss or make team for the Heat, because they're not going to win a championship or the East without all 3 playing together. It's a different style when they're not there. Matter of fact, Clay, we've seen that since Jimmy's been back. It's not the 3-point-a-thon that we saw all through December. So I think this is all well and good. I think this shows that Eric Spoelstra, Andy Ellisberg, and Adam Simon have cobbled together a 1 through 12 roster that you have mixed and match pieces. But this team is still about Butler, Adebayo, and Lowry being together and making their statement. It's almost like the Nets right now. I mean, they're without Kevin Durant. They have half of Kyrie Irving. I don't know who they are, but I do know this. I'm concerned as heck when all 3 of those are together, because that makes them a great team. I think with Lowry, with Butler, and Adebayo, it makes the Heat a very good to maybe great team. But it's the games when all 3 are together, to me, that mean the most. And again, we're talking since November. It's crazy how that's worked out, that we simply can't get the same 3 of them in the same room at the same time. Maybe they're just all one person.
Wow, if that's really if that's our concern, well, this team is kicking serious ass at 28-16. That life is good. Life is really, really good. And this is what I would say to you, Clay. We might be, what we didn't expect, we might be looking at one of the deepest teams in Heat history, actually, that's developing in front of us. Once they get healthy, and dude, if Oladipo joins him at the end, holy crap.
It's a great problem, and thankfully it's Eric Spoelstra's and not ours. Because we're not going to the social media, the Omer Yurtseven fan club that is on par with Dan Marino isn't going to come for us if Omer isn't playing down the stretch.
That was great. What do you guys got planned in the next hour?
Well, I want to get into it with Clay about the whole Omer Yurtseven thing. And again, everyone picks someone that they fall in love with, and that is awesome. But I just posted my mailbag, Ask Ira at sunsethill.com, and I just listed like 20 straight questions of readers' rants. It was like Festivus comes 2 weeks too late about how Omer deserves to play. He has to get in there. And again, like you mentioned, Big O, that Eric Spoelstra has hard decisions because he has so much of a depth of talent. But you have to whittle this down to your 8-man playoff rotation eventually. Some very good people, some very good players won't be in or out. And no matter what happens, and Clay, you know this, you deal with fans all the time, you're out at the games, no matter what 8 Eric picks, there will be fans who will say, well, what about so-and-so? This guy's not as good. And the fact that I'm dealing now with people who want to play Omer Yurtseven not only ahead of Dwayne Dedman, but ahead of Bam Adebayo shows maybe we need to put a little bit of the brakes on this.
Yeah, they're visiting Pookie and the Carter right there at that point. All right. The next hour, baby, it's hardcore Miami Heat and NBA talk. It's the Slomans Inside the Paint Show.
NBA fans, it's time for the Slomans Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Slomans has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Slomans Home Security, and nobody talks Heat and NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Hi, Clay.
How's it going, my man? Ready to roll here? You ready to do this? I was actually checking some of the comments to see who's going to be coming harder after Ira Winderman after we're all done with this thing. It is time for Inside the Paint. Ira Winderman there, Clay Ferraro here, and we're going to spend the entire hour talking about Omer Yurtseven. We're not, but we could, because he's getting up there as one of the more polarizing players for a good reason. And it's like, it's everybody loves him, but it is the extent to which people love him and should they love him to that extent that I think we're going to get into as the show rolls on. But Ira, we're getting to that in a minute, but just real quick, an update on Kyle Lowry. What is your vibe on, I know he was officially listed as out for tonight, but any vibe on when he may come back, or is this thing kind of open-ended right now?
You know, I was told the personal reasons is a family matter. And as Clay, as you know, when it's a family matter, it takes priority over everything. And as we all know, sometimes family matters, whether health or something else, are just unknown. You just don't know until you get the resolution that you need. I know people are saying, wait a minute, wasn't he at the Eagles game on Sunday? Well, as you know, Clay, family things just happen. And when they do, you take care of them. And the one thing about the Heat is they've been a very familial organization and very understanding.
Yeah, let me cut you off. I'm going to cut you off really quickly. So, okay. Like, if he goes to Philadelphia and somebody...
Actually with Tampa, right.
Yeah. If he goes to Tampa or wherever he might be, because we know he's from Philly, right? But if he, say somebody sees him in a park playing with his kids when he's dealing with what's the difference? Like, seriously, if you have a personal family matter, you're not going to be just dealing. Like, let's say, I remember when a few years ago, my stepmother died, who had become a really, almost basically like the matriarch of my father's side of the family. And I mean, we didn't spend the entire time funeral planning. We didn't spend the entire time like grief. There's time when you need to get out. You need to like get a breath of fresh air and just kind of. So if somebody sees Lowry at the game with his kid, like, come on, man. Like, everybody grieves differently, and you need some time and space. So, sorry, I had to get that off my chest off the top. It was why I brought up Lowry because I saw a lot of people who were questioning.
I totally agree with that, and I would say something else. It's hard to be a distracted NBA player. There's certain jobs you can be distracted at and you can still go ahead and put your widgets together or do certain things. And there are other things that it would be the opposite. And that you and I would be talking about if we don't know situations with a player and we'd go, where's his head at? What he's thinking. I've seen players try to play through difficult times also. And I did wonder. And then you find out the backstory and you say to yourself, oh, yeah, I can understand that. I can understand why his head was at a different place. And I've always said that in my business and in other business. There are these people who have these streaks of a radio broadcaster, a television person covering 1,000 straight games, or a writer hasn't missed a game in the last 8 years or something. Life happens. Mm-hmm. And I respect people who accept and take life as part of their challenge also. And if you need the time, whether it's a wedding, a funeral, a birthday, or something like that, or something that's that important to you, I understand that. I think that's important. So whatever it's personal matters, I always get two things. Every fan wants to know what exactly it is, even though those same fans wouldn't want their personal things in newspapers, on TV, on radio also. And two, it's just a matter of sometimes people have a right to have their privacy. I know, I'm paying money. I bought tickets to this game. I want to see this player. It's always been caveat emptor. You never know what you're going to get in a specific game. You didn't know when you bought tickets, Bam was going to have a thumb injury, Jimmy was going to have a tailbone injury, or an ankle, COVID was going to strike. You're watching 6 G League players. So everyone understands that. And when you're winning, and when you're in a good shape, like we said at the top of the crossover with Big O, the Heat and the Panthers can afford the occasional loss. They've built equity in the standings. You're looking at a team that is percentage points out of first place. One more loss, whether it's to Philly or something else, is not going to end their world. It's not, we're going down this rabbit hole. So I think we need to exhale a little and enjoy what you do have. That even tonight against Portland, you won't have Kyle Lowry, but you'll have Jimmy Butler, but you'll have Bam Adebayo, but you'll have the scrappy kids who kept the season afloat. There'll be plenty to watch and plenty to enjoy tonight, even if Omer Yurtseven doesn't play.
All right, drop your comments, your questions here in the chat, and please make sure to smash the like button. You guys really drive this show. Y'all do a great job of it. So we'll get to any questions, comments that you have as the show rolls on. But Ira, I know you wanted to hit on the Omer Yurtseven saga, situation, whatever you want to call it, and the fact that, now you're getting, a plethora of big men back. And I mean, Markieff Morris could potentially be back at some point. So you're talking about guys who, and obviously, two vastly different players, vastly different positions. But the point is that the bodies, the number of players who play those front court positions are growing, which is a good thing. And that means Eric Spoelstra has some decisions to make. So let's start here. Assuming everybody is healthy, and that means Markieff Morris is back, what is your rotation? What is your list? How do you prioritize the minutes for these big men, for these front court players? And I'm talking 4s and 5s.
Well, like I said all along, if we're going with the starting lineup that has worked and seems to be getting back to that, when everyone's healthy and you're going with Bam and PJ Tucker and Duncan and Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry, we know that Tyler Hero is locked in as the 6th man. You could even say now that Max Strus might have moved up into that 7th man role, and then you're looking for another big. Here's the deal. Backup center is its own position. It's not just center. It's something you have to learn to play. It's a role of saying Bam Adebayo is an all-star, close to it, is paid like a near max player, is going to play 33 to 36 minutes a game. So there will be 15 to 12 minutes a game for someone else. You have to be able to do what you do in that time. You're not going to get a ton of touches like Omer Yurtseven did when he's starting. And Clay, I put it this way. It's like when you're picking a backup NFL quarterback. You don't go for the best available talent. You go for someone who will slot in there. For example, if the Dolphins would have gone for Andy Dalton would have wanted to play ahead of Tua. He would have said, I'm coming into camp. I want to push him and all that. The Dolphins didn't want that. They wanted a Jacoby Brissett who settled into emergency quarterback, whether it was New England or Indy or somewhere else, might play 2 or 3 games, content to come in a Wildcat and not play a lot. That's the Heat's version of Dwayne Dedmon. He, over his career, has morphed into that backup center. So what I'm saying is, I don't even know if Omer Yurtseven can be a backup center, can come in fresh off the bench after sitting the game's first 8, 9, 10, 12 minutes and do what he's done also. So Eric Spoelstra basically is saying this. He's not saying that Dwayne Dedmon is better than Omer Yurtseven. He's saying Dwayne Dedmon is a better backup center. And I can guarantee you this, Clay Ferrara, when I use the full name, I mean this. I can guarantee you this, Clay, that if Bam is unable to play, family reasons, injury, something else, Omer Yurtseven will be the starting center. Just like Gabe Vincent didn't play at all against Philadelphia, and then he started against Toronto. I think that's Omar's role. I think Omer is more likely to start a game than play significant minutes as backup center. They're two different roles.
Yeah, those are the spotations. Spotations. Yeah, that's how he usually does it. And I think the other thing with Omer is, and I like how you brought up the quarterback analogy. It's with Omer Yurtseven, you're a much different team on the floor than you are with Bam Adebayo, certainly, but also to a lesser extent with Dwayne Dedmon. Dwayne doesn't have the switchability that Bam does, but he is more fleet of foot. He is a bit quicker defensively. I think Omer's surprised a lot of people with his footwork offensively, and ability to be sudden offensively. Defensively, it's tough to stay with guys. So the Heat's defense, which is so much built on synergy and connectivity and switching when you can, you don't want Omer Yurtseven to get caught. And we actually saw it a little bit in that Atlanta game and a little bit in the Philadelphia game too, where they were taking advantage of him on the defensive end of the floor in screen situations. And it wasn't even that he would switch off onto a smaller player, but kind of forcing him to make a quick decision on a drop, whatever it might be. And they caught him. They caught him quite a few times. So for as great as it is that he's able to do what he's able to do offensively, there is a step back defensively. And there is this, it's not just that man for man, Omer Yurtseven isn't the defensive player potentially that Dwayne Dedmon is, because you could definitely argue that Yurtseven is a better rim protector than Dedmon could be. He's done that pretty well. But when you're talking about the modern NBA where they're bringing big men out of the paint and bringing them towards the perimeter, it's really hard to keep playing the type of defense that the Heat play with Omer Yurtseven getting consistent minutes at this point in his career. At some point, maybe you build around him, but right now, the way this team is structured defensively, it's kind of like that quarterback. You can't just change your entire offense to bring in somebody just because his talent level may be a little bit higher.
And the synergy you mentioned, I think, comes into play on offense also. Omer Yurtseven's best alley-oop plays have been with Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry, two guys who were in the starting lineup. So when you look at the way everything aligns, Omer is not going to get to play a lot with Kyle when he's back and with Jimmy Butler as a second-string center. He doesn't quite have the same synergy that he does, say, with a Tyler Hero or someone. I mean, Jimmy and Kyle are great dribbling into the foul line, a little into the lane, and seeing the roll. And seeing whether the guy is stepping up and they can throw the alley-oop pass. That's what they've done. So again, Omer doesn't have the time. Omer doesn't have the time with the other guys like that. So that's a factor also. Look, he is highly talented. I never thought he would be as good as he is. He's someone to look at for the future. Dwayne Dedmon's on the last year of his contract. There will be time, even if the time is not now. And to all the readers out there, to all the listeners, to all the people on the chat, is it fair? No. Life isn't fair. NBA rotations aren't fair. Sometimes it's just the way things play out. And again, at least me, and I think I'm speaking for Clay also, no one is sitting here saying that Dwayne Dedmon is the better player, that if we're checking the boxes, jump shot, rim protection, just overall height, use of size, all that, you could probably go down all these little check marks and realize at the end of the day, Omer's filling more boxes. But for the role you need him in as a backup center, Dwayne Dedmon fills more boxes.
Getting to questions really quickly. Giovanni asks right now, and this could kind of lead to a whole different discussion, but I want to get your take on his question really quickly. Who is the Heat's best trade piece right now? And, I think the question's coming from a space of you've got so many guys, and we talk about this problem that Eric Spoelstra is going to have, the good problem that he's going to have, which is trying to find minutes for guys who have contributed so well. But if you were to look at somebody and say, okay, that guy is the most enticing player to another team, who would it be?
See, that's two different questions, because when I look at trades, I always look at contracts and tradability.
Well, no, that's what I mean. Tradability, and who put it this way. If you're looking to condense this roster, right? And if you're looking to maybe bring in somebody who can kind of raise the talent level of the last guy that you're hoping to play in a playoff rotation, who would you look to move in order to do that? I think that's
Duncan
kind of the better
Robinson
question.
hits the sweet spots and all of that for this reason, contractually. Whether you want to say, well, maybe Omer can tempt someone, we can get a first-round pick or Max Strus or someone, they're on minimum contracts. A guy on a minimum contract, you can't get anyone because in the NBA, you have to match salaries unless you're below the cap. The Heat are not below the cap. They can't take on an 18 for a $2 million guy. Duncan's in that $16, $17 million sweet spot. Teams still covet shooters. They know what he can do. There are teams out there who can use shooters. So I think Duncan's in that sweet spot because I also look at part B of this, Clay, replaceability. In other words, you trade player A for player B, but you have to work in player B, maybe at a different position. Power forward, for example, if you don't trust Markieff Morris as your backup power forward. So you can say, okay, let's say the trade doesn't work out for whatever reason. The guy doesn't mesh with their style. There's personality conflicts. There's not the synergy there. If Duncan Robinson is not with this team, I'm starting Max Strus and I'm going on with my day. God bless you, Duncan. But I can play the same game pretty much. I can go on from there. There are other guys, if you trade, you can't do that. A Bam Adebayo, for example. You're changing your defensive precepts, your defensive style. You're not switching as much. So I think Duncan is sweet spot guy A. But here's the question. I know everyone loves a trade. And I know as we get closer, our February 9th show is going to be wild. I think Big O has like all 3 hours booked. And he's like going to go out and see like a Genesis concert if Phil Collins is still singing. But the trading deadline is February 10th. People love to make trades. But Clay, I would ask you, you're asking me part A of the equation. Who is tradable for the Heat? I'm going to ask you part B of the equation. What do the Heat need? In other words, you're telling me if the Heat make a trade, who could they give up? I'm saying Duncan Robinson, his contract's in a sweet spot. You put it with a smaller contract, maybe a KZ Okpala, you can get yourself a nice $20 million player. Where in this rotation does Clay Ferraro think the Heat need to plug in a $20 million player?
Nowhere. And I think the only thing that you could potentially look at is someone who could be injury insurance in case one of your star type players, your big three, so to speak, end up getting hurt. And honestly, by the way, and we'll talk about this as the show goes on, you can start to put Tyler Hero in that big category. I watching him now, it's not just the numbers that he's putting up, but it's how he's getting them. And again, we could do a whole show on that. But yeah, I think the only way that you could look at upgrading here, it's not upgrading a completely healthy roster. I don't see anywhere right now where if everybody is healthy, if Kyle Lowry is there, if Jimmy Butler is there, if Bam Adebayo is there, that you're going to upgrade the fourth or fifth spot enough to make it worth your while. And then the flip side of that is, okay, well, you're not going to be trading away a high value, a high dollar contract for somebody who's not going to upgrade that roster. So it's kind of this thing, and this is kind of a long-winded way of saying this. I don't see a workable trade that improves this roster beyond what it is right now, strictly for a championship-chasing team. Now, if you're telling me that there is some way that you can work a trade to where maybe you're shaving off some money on the back end and trying to find out, because we know that, as I say, winter is coming with this team. You're going to have to pay Tyler Hero if you want to keep him. You're going to have to commit to paying deep into the luxury tax when you have these contracts already with a Kyle Lowry, with a Jimmy Butler, with Bam Adebayo, and you're going to have to pay Tyler Hero. Maybe you decide that you want to pay Victor Oladipo. That seems less likely. But that's the type of situation where maybe a Duncan Robinson contract gets moved because you're committed to big dollars beyond this year. So it's a long-winded way of saying I don't see how you upgrade this roster right now with that sort of a deal, but I can see where either you add some injury insurance or you're putting yourself in a better contractual position in the future by kind of shaving off some of that money that you may want to allocate elsewhere.
I'd agree. The one position maybe I'd look at is power forward and backup power forward. I need to see Markieff Morris a lot before the February 10th trading deadline because, Clay, I'll ask you this. PJ Tucker can't play for whatever reason. Maybe his sneakers got lost in the mail, something like that. Someone stole his sneaker collection. Who are you starting at power forward?
You don't think Keith? You don't think Markieff Morris?
I don't know enough about him right now. I'd probably say Caleb Martin as an undersized four, and I like Caleb Martin a lot. But I like Caleb Martin as my fourth quarter energizer when everyone else's batteries are on low and he just comes in and he's flying around there like we've seen in the last couple of victories. So if PJ Tucker's not there, I think your only option now of the known quantities is Caleb Martin. So maybe a quality backup power forward. That's why I mentioned maybe the Jeremy Grant trade, someone like that, a known quantity where maybe Detroit's saying, hey, except for Sadiq Bey, we don't have outside shooting, if they're living in the moment at all and taking on a long-term contract. But I think that's why Markieff Morris is sort of, I know we're talking about Oladipo, always, but Markieff Morris is the unknown. I'd like to see it. Hey, if I feel comfortable with those two and Markieff can start, that's fine. I haven't seen the guy since November 8th. That's a long time. We're going past 2 months right now. So I need to get that resolved a little bit more, and then I feel a little bit more comfortable.
And let me say this, because we're up against a break. I big fan of Jeremy Grant. The thing when you're talking about backup power forward, a lot of this stuff is matchup specific too. And so, let's say you're playing the Brooklyn Nets in the playoffs. I don't think you're all that concerned about not having a potential for, because you're more worried about the perimeter guys. But all right, a lot more stuff to get to. We will get into more of the Omer Yurtseven debate. I want to get into this debate too. Has Tyler Hero become the Heat's best offensive player? That and a lot more coming up right here on Inside the Paint.
NBA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay. You're listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyB.ButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman's Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Sloman's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint. And Ira's already getting called out this morning for spreading fake news. How dare you, Ira? Now, this is the question. I just think there needs to be a little bit of clarification. WZG says, Ira, there's no way that the Pistons would take Duncan Robinson for Jeremy Grant. Stop spreading fake news. I think add some context to this here. I think what you're saying, and again, the aggregators go wild with the aggregators. Sun Sentinel's Ira Winderman says the Pistons want Duncan Robinson in exchange for Jeremy Grant. No, I think what we're trying to say is if there are places to improve the team, it's not that it would be a Duncan Robinson for Jeremy Grant straight up sort of deal. But if you're looking to move one contract, what's the type of player or who is a particular player that could be the centerpiece in some sort of a deal? It might hurt if you have to move other guys in order to facilitate that. I mean, and here's an example. Like, let's say Detroit said, we love that Omer Yurtseven guy. We absolutely love what we're seeing out of him. You put him in a deal with Duncan Robinson, and those are the things that we just aren't privy to. But to make it clear, I don't think Ira or anybody else was saying that the Pistons are going to take Duncan straight up for.
No, I'm just
Jeremy
saying,
Grant.
what can the Heat move? What would the Heat like? You know, these are all pie in the sky. Detroit will have better offers. I mean, they could try to trade him in a package and just take on a little more salary ballast and go for someone like Patrick Williams of Chicago, who's injured right now, but has shown he's the young kind of player Detroit can build with. He was good in Chicago when he first played. Look, if you're asking me for simplicity, I think someone like Thaddeus Young, who's riding away on the bench in San Antonio,
That's
would
a good
be fine.
one.
But teams like that want draft choices. Well, the Heat don't have draft choices. They don't have something. Now, might they have a young player who San Antonio, obviously like an Omer Yurtseven, who could look at and say they like that? Sure. And you probably could do a deal like that where you take an Omer, if you're trading him, I'm not trading him, I'm just saying, and you throw in another piece to match the salaries. Do you want to trade an Omer Yurtseven for 1 year, not even a 1 year rental, for a 6-month rental or something like that? But I will tell you this, until I know enough about Markieff Morris and where he stands and who he is and what he does after all this time missed, if I had someone like a Thaddeus Young on my roster, I would feel better that if PJ Tucker can't start or is in foul trouble and teams are playing more of a traditional 4, that I would have that kind of length to throw in there also, someone who can hit the 3, someone who's had his proven NBA moment. So I'm talking about that kind of player. Look, Detroit can do and will do better and likely will do something. But I'm just saying from a Heat standpoint, you don't have a lot of chips because you have the high-end salaries of Bam, of Kyle Lowry, of Jimmy Butler, which are hard to move unless you're getting an elite player and the Heat don't want to. And you have all these $2 million contracts like a KZ Okpala who don't make deals because they're not big enough numbers unless you're making a tiny deal, you know, like we saw that Denver made with Boston and San Antonio, you know, something a little simpler for a deal like that. Otherwise, there's just not a lot. You want to be in that mid-teen sweet spot making a deal.
And WZG, look, your first point is the one that we're getting to, not the last one. You say you need to give up picks and players to Robinson to get a player like Grant. Yes, and that's what we're saying. It's the Robinson contract that would facilitate a potential deal, but it would cost a lot more. Your last point, that Thaddeus Young for Duncan Robinson is more fair than Jeremy Grant. Yeah, but you're not sending Duncan Robinson for Thaddeus Young. I mean, that's kind of, there are levels to all of this, and that's kind of what we're saying is if you're going to try to improve this roster, that's a contract that you would use. And then there are other pieces around that, whether it's really attractive pieces, like, again, potentially somebody like an Omer Yurtseven who's on a really cheap contract, and another team may have loved what they've seen with that. So that's when you're trying to figure all this out. You need to get the big chunk of salary that matches first, and then figure out the rest. And those are the type of players that you're looking at. David, good morning, Ira and Clay. What are the chances that Caleb Martin takes over Tyler Hero's role in the future as sixth man coming off the bench? And at what point do you think Tyler needs to start?
I don't think Tyler needs to start. I think every team needs a instant offense boost like Tyler can give you. And a matter of fact, if you were to move Tyler in the starting lineup, say for Duncan Robinson, just for argument's sake, I don't think you would have that on the second unit on this roster. Caleb Martin's not a flat-out, cold-blooded scorer. That's not what he does. So all of a sudden, then you're assuming Victor Oladipo's not back, then you're looking at the second unit. You have a Max Strus, you'd have a Duncan Robinson, you'd have a Caleb Martin, you'd have a Dwayne Dedmon, but you won't have that instant offense that when you're trailing at the start of a game 22-8 and Jimmy and Kyle aren't making shots and you need someone to bring in, Tyler's perfect for that role. It's almost like Eric Spoelstra now is going out of his way to make sure he doesn't have to start him again. Gabe Vincent starting the other day for Kyle Lowry instead of Tyler Hero, even with Tyler playing as more of a playmaker. So I think when you look at a situation like that and you look at things like that, I think he has his role. Sixth man is a role. We started the show talking about how backup center was a role. Sixth man is an NBA role unto itself as well. Tyler fits that perfectly. He has an extension window after this season. He will get a boatload of money, as he should. It'll be close to Bam's money. And then the Heat will have to decide who we paying and who are we not paying But you know what? I have no issue paying that kind of money for a sixth man, because to me, a sixth man basically is your sixth starter anyway. He's going to play starters minutes. And what Tyler Hero does in that role, right now he's doing it as well as any NBA sixth man.
All right, Ira, tell me that I'm dumb. Tell me that I'm wrong. Scream at me. Tyler Hero is the Heat's best offensive player. Go.
It's funny you used a word there, and you can substitute another word and it changes. Tyler Hero is the Heat's best scorer. Ira agrees. Tyler Hero is the Heat's best offensive player. I don't know if he has the facilitating, even with some of the assists he's had of a Kyle Lowry and a Jimmy Butler. And every time you get an assist, you're also adding 2 or 3 points to the mix as well. So I think there's a little difference. So if you're saying, is Tyler Hero the Heat's best scorer? Yes. Can Tyler Hero lead the Heat in scoring? Yes. Because that's what he does. And Clay, that's what he's asked to do. Jimmy Butler might be the best offensive player because if I need 2 points or 1 point at the end of a game, I'll ask you this. You have Tyler on the floor, you have Jimmy on the floor. You're down 1 or you're down 2. Which player are you going to put the ball in his hands of those 2?
I mean, you want me to be honest right now?
Okay.
It's Tyler. It's Tyler. And it's not just that it's twofold. Number one,
okay,
we've seen the bag grow, right? Like we've seen him add some shots to the mix to where there's nowhere on the floor. Like if you see Jimmy, there are spots that he tries to get to. And that's what a lot of stars do. They have spots that they want to get the shot that they're comfortable with. And sometimes you're like, well, wait a minute, why is he stepping back a foot behind the 3-point line? Well, or 2 feet behind it. Sometimes players have those spots and they're comfortable with them. The thing that I'm noticing with Tyler is he doesn't have spots. Like anywhere on the floor, he is comfortable creating a little bit of space and getting to. Now, I think the issue with that is we have not seen him yet late in games with a long defender switched onto him with his only job being stop him from getting that shot that he wants. And now Jimmy Butler has. And sometimes Jimmy has succeeded in that. Sometimes he's fallen short. Like he succeeded the other night against Atlanta. But what I want to see now from Tyler, and this is the next step that I think will answer this question definitively, is does he get a shot? And I don't know that he does with this current roster as it's composed, because I think I don't know that Jimmy Butler would pull the Scottie Pippen and say, I'm not going in the game if Tony Kukoc gets the shot. But I do think that there's entitlement might not be the right word, but there is a feeling that, hey, I'm Jimmy Butler. I am the centerpiece of this team, and this is my time. So I guess what I would say is, if I were the coach and if I didn't have to deal with the other stuff that might go along with it, I'd probably give the ball to Tyler and just see what he can do a couple of times, especially in the regular season.
Couple of things there. If Tyler has the ball at the end of the game and Jimmy's open or has a better matchup, Tyler's passing the ball. I believe that. If Jimmy Butler has the ball at the end of the game and Tyler has the better matchup, I'm not so sure that Jimmy's passing the ball. I think he has that in him that it's him. Plus, in those situations, and that's why I left out the possibility of a 3-point game, but in a 2-point game or 1-point game, Jimmy Butler is more likely to get to the foul line. Jimmy Butler is more likely to get the foul call in his favor, simply because of the experience and the reputation. Those are 2 other factors, Clay, at the end of the game situation as well, that I think Jimmy Butler gives you the option. Make the shot, go ahead or tie the game, 2 or 1-point game, or get to the foul line. I've always liked that. I never liked the end of the games when Dwayne Wade would dribble, jump shot, all or nothing. Jimmy has done that at times also, but he also has that penetration game. He's very good at getting the foul call. So I need to see Tyler get a little bit more respect from the officials and around the league to know if he does that and he's flailing and he shouts and you pick it up on the microphone by the rim that he's going to get to the foul line also. Can he grow into that? Absolutely. Is he that right now at the last minute? I don't think so. I don't think Eric Spoelstra, unless they're just an overwhelming matchup in the favor of Tyler Hero, wouldn't go to Jimmy Butler. Part B of that equation is this. If you're playing straight through without a timeout, you're out of timeouts, the situation just calls to go. I'm not so sure that Tyler's on the floor for this reason. He's not the two-way player.
Right. I agree with that.
Him down to get to the foul line. De'Aaron Fox a couple of weeks ago, Sacramento into the game. All they're doing is switching. All you saw at the end of the game the other day in Toronto was Fred VanVleet running enough pick and rolls until he wound up with Tyler as his defender. Then he hits the three at the end, extends the game a little bit more. That's the difference also. Jimmy will be on the floor. So it's kind of weird. But to be an offensive closer, sometimes you have to be somewhat of a defensive closer, because now that you only get 2 timeouts in the final 2 minutes, you're not always playing after a timeout. Now that there's not officiating replay on every goddamn out-of-bounds call, there aren't those stoppages where even if you can't substitute, you can realign a little bit better. So that's part of the equation also. Jimmy Butler will always be on the floor. I'm not so sure Tyler Hero will be.
That's a great point. So let's say I would like to see him get a shot late game when you're talking about possession, and the timeouts are not an issue at that point. And like just some of the situations that we see where there's 8 seconds left, 12 seconds left, you're down 1, you get the ball at half court. So like the traditional game ending situation, that's where I'd like to see him get a shot. But you're exactly right. And by the way, this goes back to what this team can be if and when Victor Oladipo comes back anywhere near. I'm not even talking about 2018 Oladipo. I'm talking about a year ago Oladipo, and the guy that we saw in that Lakers game before he got hurt. What you can do with a lineup defensively of Kyle Lowry, Jimmy Butler, Victor Oladipo, PJ Tucker, Bam Adebayo, and oh, by the way, we're not even talking about Caleb Martin, who has become an absolute menace defensively. So, you know, I just think that late game situations, we're talking about how deep this team is, but we're not just talking about who needs minutes. We're talking about end of game situation. What are your options? And you're right. Tyler Hero is somebody who you're not going to have on that end of the floor. But if you have a Victor Oladipo in those late game situations, man, that's going to be a really, if I'm Brooklyn, that's the team I don't want to see in the last 2 minutes of the game when I've got these stars that are used to you can kind of hunt your matchup. Yes. There's no one who can guard Kevin Durant one-on-one, but there's no team right now that can come close to guarding the 3 that Brooklyn has as well as Miami can, assuming they get Oladipo back.
So that's part B of the equation. Obviously, the defensive side of the ball. Eventually, you have to, it's funny how you mentioned, can Tyler Hero start? Unless the offense upgrades to that level, it's a hard thing to do in a tough position to put him in. But man, our opponents hunting out matchups at ends of games against Duncan Robinson, against Tyler Hero, to a lesser degree against Max Strus. So you have to factor that all in also, whether you'll be on the floor at the end of the game. Again, Tyler is young. You're talking about a 23-year-old player. You can grow. He has made strides every season, had that little backslide because he didn't have an offseason after the bubble. But he's shown there, like you said, whether it's his offensive game, there's more in his bag. He is willing to learn. He is willing to put in the extra effort. I think he could take another step. I agree.
I kind of like this. Jay Gelfand and WZG both kind of echo this. But what do you think of the comparison of John Havlicek for what Hero is doing right now? You think back, and obviously different players, but I think when you think of those Boston Celtics teams, one of the first guys that you think of is Hondo. I mean, obviously you're talking about the early years with Bill Russell and Bob Cousy, and then as things go on and that dynasty grows, when you get to the 60s, late 60s, early 70s part of that dynasty, Hondo is he's one of the names that you think of, but he's a guy who came off the bench. And I think the comparison isn't necessarily of the player, but it's, you don't have to, on an elite team, be one of the first 5 guys on the floor to be thought of as one of the 2 or 3 most important players on that team and one of the stars of that team. And so I know Tyler Hero says he wants to start, but at some point, if he's in those games at the end and he's making big shots like we've seen over and over again, he's going to be one of the guys, and this team wins championships, multiple championships. Again, we're playing this pie in the sky game. He's going to be remembered on that level as one of the irreplaceable parts of this team. And honestly, I don't know that anybody's going to remember, other than kind of as a Hondo historical footnote, that, he was a 6th man too. Like, he's not going to be thought of as a lesser player because he came off the bench.
What matters to players are the minutes. And if the minutes are starters' minutes, they don't care if they hear their name announced at the start. It's a matter of when they look at that box score, because we know that the Eric Spoelstra has used plenty of placeholders. We know the Luke Babbitt role I keep referring to. We've seen guys like that. They start each half. Max Strus was that recently also. When he was starting, he basically seemed at the start of the first and third quarters. Maybe not so much anymore. That's not Tyler Hero's role. He's coming in to be a dynamic guy. When he's checking in midway through the first quarter, he's probably not checking out until midway through the second quarter. So he's playing his 12-minute unit, just not minutes 1 through 12, but rather minutes 6 through 18. And he's getting those anyway.
All right, coming up, we're going to look at the schedule that is upcoming tonight. The Heat have the Portland Trailblazers, but what's on the road ahead? And, obviously we don't have a timetable for Kyle Lowry, but what kind of impact can he make when he comes back? That and a lot more. Plus, hey, keep driving this, guys. You guys are doing great in the chat. We really enjoy it. That's all next right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. Thank you guys for all your comments. Everybody's been very, very cool as this has gone on. And, Jay actually brought up a good point, too. Pat Riley was a sixth man as well. So if there ever needs to be a conversation to be had about the impact of a sixth man, I'm sure Pat could sit down and chat with him a little bit. So we've got this game coming up tonight against the Portland Trailblazers. And, Portland is... I mean, they're trying to figure out who they are right now without Damian Lillard, and that may be who they're going to have to be potentially for the rest of the season. We don't know. I mean, if they're out of playoff contention, does it really make a whole lot of sense to try to rush Dame back, even if he wants to be on the floor? So they get back C.J. McCollum. Norman Powell's somebody who's done well for them, and yet this is one of those games where you look at it on the schedule, Ira, and you say, you got to find a way to come away with a win however possible in this game tonight. And obviously every team is professional, but this is one that I think you would have to circle and say, this is when you got to get a dub in. Yeah,
they went to Portland. They won without Bam and without Jimmy. So now they're playing Portland without Kyle. But as much as you're banged up, like we talked about the entire show here on the Sloman's Home Shield, inside the paint, the Heat have the depth to compensate. I'm not so sure Portland does. Now, C.J. McCollum is back. He missed that game in Portland, but Larry Nance Jr. is out. We don't know where they stand with the rest of their injury situation. They're a kind of a med team without their superstar. There's two ways to build NBA rosters. There's the big three, the big four, the depth of talent, and the one-man leading man. Both styles have been effective. Certainly Kevin Durant, if he's playing, his team is a great team automatically, except for last year's blip. Same thing with Steph Curry. But Portland has been so Dame-centric with those 30-foot pull-up three-pointers and what he does, that everything changes without him. They have a rookie coach in Chauncey Billups. Their defense has been ghastly. So I would think without Kyle Lowry, on your home court, this is one you have to get. You want to finish up your homestand 3-1. You had the blip against Philly, like you said at the top of the show, on the crossover with Big O. They just couldn't make a shot. That'll happen. Once every month or so, you're going to have a 1 of 10, 1 of 11. You have those kind of games. So you have to get this one. You want to end the homestand on an upbeat 3-1 note. Take 3 out of every 4 at home. Go 500 on the road. You'll be fine seeding-wise also. Heat are shorthanded. Blazers are shorter-handed.
Shorter-handed. I like that. And so then you got coming up in Atlanta again on Friday. And, I don't typically like when you have to play the same team this many times in a short period of time, because it just naturally, you hit that point of equilibrium where it's like one team figures something out about the other they can exploit. And it's kind of like a playoff series. And yet this Hawks team, despite the fact they were able to come back and win the other night against Milwaukee, there just seems to be something so off about this team right now. And I'm not sure why the defense is so bad, but it felt like the Heat didn't play well defensively in that game in Miami the other night. And it felt like one of those games that if you're going to lose one of these games to Atlanta, it's because you're not hitting your switches how you should be. They were taking advantage of Omer Yurtseven. Now, I would think this is a game that you'd feel pretty good about with having Bam back and with having a number of guys that you've been able to throw at Trae Young and give him a lot of problems. Caleb Martin being right at the front of that.
I don't think it's a number of guys. I think literally Trae probably is going to wake up in a cold sweat that morning, realize Caleb is back. I mean, look, I don't want to be the guy to do it because I know the Heat will tell me, don't do that. So I'm not going to call Caleb Martin a Trae Young stopper.
Oh,
but
no.
He's been that the last 2 games. Look, he was dynamic against Trae Young in Atlanta when Jimmy was out. Jimmy comes back, and remember after that game, Clay, he said, look, if Spo wants to start Caleb ahead of me so I don't have to run around with that little guy and guard him, I'm all for that also. So again, it's like when we spoke about playoffs and we spoke about matchups and who you're putting up against different people. That's why when I look at the Eastern Conference and I look at matchups, you mentioned it in our previous segment here, that the Heat have enough defensive-oriented players to go against Brooklyn's big three and at least give you matchups, that they have a guy they could put on everyone, whether it's a PJ Tucker or a Bam on Durant, whether you're going to use Lowry on Harden or Kyrie Irving and Jimmy Butler, Caleb. You have that. You have that against Atlanta now. They found the secret sauce with Caleb Martin. The one thing I don't know if they have, and I'm curious about, and this is the loss on this homestand, is the Joel Embiid stopper. Omer Yurtseven certainly was not that the other day. Joel Embiid has gotten his points against Bam also. So you look at matchups, and it's interesting, Clay, because as we go through the schedule, we're at a point right now where the Heat are percentage points out of first place, but they've also beaten that first place team twice. They're 2-0 against the Bulls. They're right there, in games behind. They're tied. It's just percentage points. It's all about matchups. And I said this after the game against Toronto. I think you'd agree, Clay. As much as the Heat came out with the W, that was a grueling game for the Heat. Would you agree with that on the Toronto game?
It was, and I saw your tweet, and I do like this discussion, so go with where you're going with this.
So I'm saying it's all about matchups. So let's say the Heat finishes 2, and Toronto, playing around, whatever, winds up 7. That sucker could easily go 7 games. These teams have a history. Nick Nurse against Eric Spoelstra, you wind up being in it for the long haul. The other matchup I'm concerned about is, let's say the Heat wind up 3, maybe 4, and go against Cleveland in the first round. Cavaliers are 2-0 against the Heat. They are highly unique with their length. The Heat are somewhat undersized. Bam is undersized as a center. PJ Tucker is undersized as a power forward. And Duncan Robinson, not physical stature, but he doesn't play big if he has to guard a Lowry Markkinen, not a Marky Lowernin. I think she was a night court or something, but that's a different story for a different day.
Marky Post.
To me, it's all about matchups. It's about who you want and who you can get in the first round. But I think Toronto and Cleveland in potential matchups, maybe even Philly in a 4-5 will be difficult. So it's as much about who you are as who you're going to face. And I think it's interesting. The East is good this year.
Mm-hmm.
The East is 6 or 7 teams deep. Right now, there's a 6-team scramble for the top seeds in the East when you include Philadelphia, Chicago, Cleveland, Miami, Brooklyn, and Milwaukee. And then you have sort of lurking down there also a Toronto team that is just damn feisty, and maybe even a Charlotte team that could be the same. So there's not going to be an easy first-round matchup. There's not going to be somewhere where you see, unless you play the Knicks, there's not going to be somewhere where you seed yourself and say, hey, we'll get through the first round, we'll deal with the second round. You could have 3 tough rounds in the East this season.
Yeah, and there are levels to all of this. So Cleveland, I think, is the one that would scare me a little bit more because I think you've got the big man matchups, multiple, because, I mean, those guys, what they can roll out at you. Jared Allen has always been a guy that I think it's extremely underrated. And I think the fact that, now they're starting to win a little bit, people are starting to figure out just how good he is. Obviously, you've got Mobley, who you would think is going to get even better as the season goes on. They always say those guys aren't rookies by the time playoffs roll around. But Darius Garland has emerged as just this star type talent who is kind of coming into his role. And it's kind of crazy that you think Colin Sexton isn't even going to play. And so it's almost like because he's been out, Garland has been able to grow. And it started with Ricky Rubio kind of being able to bring that group together. He's obviously out. That team would scare me a little bit more. The reason why Toronto doesn't scare me that much is when it gets into the half-court game, who are you afraid of? And look, Fred VanVleet, you're right. He was able to hunt Tyler Hero the other night. I don't think that happens in the playoffs. I don't think the Heat allow that to happen in the playoffs. So when I get into that half-court game, you're right, by the way, that their length is something that would disrupt you and cause you some problems offensively. And, you're going to have to rely on some guys to beat some one-on-one matchups. I don't think there's anybody offensively that scares me. And I think Fred VanVleet is very, very good. But I also think the same thing that you're seeing with Caleb Martin guarding Trae Young, you can do similar things with him on VanVleet. And as long as he can't cause switches, you're going to have another long defender on the perimeter that's going to go out on him. So there's just nobody on there. And obviously they'd have Gary Trent Jr. when they play, and he didn't play the other night. I just don't see the same level of concern if I'm going up against Toronto in the first round as I would against Cleveland. Maybe I'm crazy.
I still think it could be a grueling series because of that length.
I agree with that. Yes.
So it could take something out of you before you play Milwaukee or Brooklyn in the second round as well. So, it's a good year for the Heat. They're going to get a high playoff seed. It's not a good year for getting one of these walkover first round matchups. I'm not so sure you're going to be able to accomplish that this season. I think you're going to have to play your way through each round.
All right, and so coming up for the rest of this stretch, you've got the Lakers at home on Sunday night, and man, I just don't. I never saw the fit with LeBron and Russell Westbrook to begin with. Right. I understand that they're clearly working through some things, and right now what it seems like Frank Vogel is doing is it's not just, hey, we're going to throw everything that we can to win this game tonight. They're trying to find an identity. And, obviously you've got LeBron James. So you say, oh, well, you don't need an identity. Well, you do, because that team let go of a lot of role players that were integral to their championship. And now it's just like, man, you got the 3 stars. One of them doesn't play. The other 2, the games just don't seem to be mixing very well. And then where are your role players that you can kind of, where's Alex Caruso? We see what he's doing in Chicago. Where's Contavious Caldwell-Pope? Where's Kyle Kuzma? We see those guys playing well in their new stuff. Those are guys who gave the Heat problems in the NBA Finals. Right now, the Lakers are a team that I don't see it, Ira, and maybe I'll be the latest guy who's proven to be an idiot for doubting a LeBron James-led team. I don't see how this team comes together, and I certainly don't see it as a matchup that scares me on Sunday night.
Except they're a different team with Anthony Davis. And I still think with Anthony Davis and LeBron James are playing and are together and are healthy in a playoff situation where individual players win games, I still think they could find a way to work through when your supporting cast doesn't matter as much. I still think any team with LeBron James and Anthony Davis, I'm putting Russell Westbrook aside. He's a wild card. He could be great. He could be awful. You almost don't know game to game. I still fear them if Anthony Davis is at the top of his game and is healthy. So I still need to see those two together. And I still think that makes them a formidable opponent. It was crazy. It's like the Heat reunion weekend. You're going to have LeBron James back. You're going to have Wayne Ellington back. You're going to have Trevor Ariza back. You're going to have, Kendrick Nunn. I know he's injured, but he'll be coming back also. So you have plenty of former Heat faces there. who play for the Lakers. So it'll be an interesting game, not the marquee game that you originally thought, but still, enough interest there. Look, it's the Lakers. You always get up for the Lakers. That's part of the Lakers' problem. So I think it'll be a fun night. I know some people will be watching NFL playoffs. Can't help that. But I think it'll always be a fun night. I think anytime the Lakers show up, it just becomes interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And they're always going to get a team's best shot, and the Heat are no different. And look, we're saying all this, and we really don't know when Kyle Lowry is going to be back. And hopefully it's sooner rather than later. Hopefully everything that's going on with him and his family, everything gets straightened out fairly quickly. C. Dola points out that LeBron is playing center right now. And he's right. I mean, they're having to switch off a bit and find a way to kind of cobble things together right now until Anthony Davis comes back. I think the bigger question with them is, will Anthony Davis ever be fully healthy for a long stretch? But you're right, to your point, last year, first round of the playoffs, they gave Phoenix a bit of a scare. And, it wasn't what was a game 3 or game 4, whatever it was, that was kind of teetering for a bit. And had they won that, things would have felt a lot different. Maybe it was game 2. But anyway, point being, yeah, it's a team that when they're fully healthy, they got the stars. Real quickly, Ira, let's go back to the Omer Yurtseven thing. How do you see this playing out throughout the rest of these next few weeks? Do you think it is as simple as Eric Spoelstra is going to stay with his rotations and Bam's going to start as long as he's healthy, and then Dedmon's going to be that first center off the bench, and Yurt is kind of going back and he's going to be relegated to mop up duty?
I think Eric's going to go out of his way to try to get some minutes to keep the kid engaged and involved. I think tonight could be the game. He played very well against Nurkic. I think he had like 14 points and 17 rebounds in the game of Portland. So I think Eric Spoelstra looks for spots where he can wind up if the other team stays big. And Clay, this is the problem. Plenty of times lately, we've seen this, especially when Bam was out. The other team was so small that your center was PJ Tucker or Caleb Martin at the end of games. When teams downsized instead, then you're not playing Dedmon or playing Yurtseven. So I think Eric Spoelstra is going to look for a couple of spots there where he can give Yurt his minutes just to keep his head in the game. So if Bam does miss time, if the thumb does act up, if a back-to-back next weekend they have a back-to-back, they have 2 games at American Airlines Arena against the Clippers and the Raptors. Matter of fact, I know we'll talk about this in next week's show, and it'll be interesting. But after they play the Knicks on Wednesday, I believe it is, then they play on Friday at home against the Clippers, Saturday at home against Toronto, off Sunday, Monday in Boston, Tuesday in Toronto. Now, the NBA has gotten rid of 4 games in 5 nights. However, because of the cancellation in San Antonio, they had to rejigger the travel schedule for the Heat next week. So I do wonder, in a 4 games in 5 nights, maybe Bam gets a rest, maybe Dedmon gets a rest. So I do think there will be Omer Yurtseven opportunities, but not to the degree that my readers at AskIra@SunSentinel.com, that the people who are in the chat room right here on the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show, for the people who email you at Local 10, want to see Omer Yurtseven, that ship has sailed. Bam is back. He's not going to be your starting center, but I do think Eric Spoelstra will try to create minutes. Eric Spoelstra likes to keep everyone engaged, and the way you keep everyone engaged in the NBA is with minutes.
Brandon asked this, and we were talking about the Cleveland matchup. Would you potentially see more bigs playing at the same time and potentially Yurtseven playing with Bam? I know everybody asked, when can we see Bam playing with another center? But that may be one where now that you have a big man that has proven that you can trust him with those sorts of minutes, even during the regular season.
And this will get into next week because we're late in the show, but it's the thing is, will Eric Spoelstra ever go big? He didn't with Bam and Hassan Whiteside. He didn't with Bam and Dwayne Dedmon. He hasn't shown that inclination. Now, maybe when Dedmon's contract expires after the season and he has Omer in the final year of a deal and they have to make hay whether they're going to pay him as a free agent or not, maybe we get to that next year. That probably requires either Bam or Omer showing more of a three-point shot to space the floor, because Jimmy Butler's not a natural spacer anyway, and you don't want to pack the paint and take away the element you have of drive and kick there also. I think the bigger Omer Yurtseven question, long range, will Eric Spoelstra ever go big? I can't recall it at all in recent years.
Yeah, and I remember in the NBA Finals, and obviously Bam was hurt and trying to play through it, but they got to the point where I remember game 1, it was, the Lakers' size and especially inside really gave the Heat a lot of problems. But then as the series went on, the Heat found out a way to play Dwight Howard off the floor. And then by the time you got to the clinching game, unfortunately, Vogel finally figured out this is it. We can't do the Dwight Howard thing anymore. So Spo would rather force your hand than the other way around. So I think he would try to find a way to get guys like Jared Allen and Evan Mobley out of their comfort zones and chase around players, much like, by the way, we saw last year in that Clippers Jazz series where Terrence Mann kept bringing Rudy Gobert out.
Gobert became,
those are kind of the chess pieces that we'll see, and the chess moves that we'll see in play as the playoffs roll on. All right, guys, you've been great as always. Heat Trailblazers coming up tonight. The Big O Show rolls on next. Keep it right here. We'll see you next week.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
Hey, it's Big O. Protect your home the way we do with Sloman's Home Security, folks. And if you want some great news, how about this? A free doorbell camera. That's right. The first 40 Big O listeners who dial 1-800-ALARM-ME will get this limited time offer of a free doorbell camera that connects directly to your smartphone with installation of your Sloman's Shield. And that's not all, folks. Sloman's is going to give you a free customized home security system and professional installation when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. So you're getting an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and backup battery. Plus, if you're one of the first 40 Big O listeners to call 1-800-ALARM-ME, you'll receive a free doorbell camera with the installation of your Sloman's Shield. Keep your family safe like we do here in the Alzigari family. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The point statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. Ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, 0 transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
I love it. There we go. 12 million downloads. I like it. OK Coin Studios. Thank you all. Good morning. Coming to you live from the OK Coin Studios. It's a beautiful thing. Thank you, Sean Stanley. Excellent work by you, as always. Great work. Good looking. Well, what a difference from our first day of doing the podcast to where we're at now, right? I mean, everything is kind of evolving and changing and growing, and we have a lot of other things to add also to the program. So been having meetings every day with new sponsors. So it's good. We'll have a new sponsor again today that we'll meet with and all kinds of stuff. We're really excited, man. It's really good. We're building it, folks. We're building it. We're getting it there. And I'd love to get it there a lot faster. You know what I mean? Because I want to be able to put it all together for everybody out there in South Florida. You know, it's not going to happen locally anywhere on any of this, crap that's here locally. So they spend no money and they don't care about, human beings or South Florida. We do. We care about the South Florida fan all over the world. And that's kind of what we're going to do here on the show. So there you go, broadcasting live from the OK Coin Studios. That tastes good. Yeah. Yes. It's honey and lemon. Some of you what do you guys think I'm doing? I'm like boozing in the middle of the show or something. People are continually asking me, DMing me, hey, what is that in there? And I guess they don't catch it right at the moment when I say it, but it's It's honey and lemon, okay? And you all hooked me on this, not anybody else. All right? It's you guys, not anybody else. So it's us and you out there, you know what I mean? We're together here. So thank you all out there, because it really has helped out the voice, because I'm doing a lot of talking. On the show, off the show, everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, a lot of things to talk about. Ira and Clay just finished up the hour. Excellent job as always by them. Great stuff. And it is true about Caleb, like he's, turning into that Trey Young stopper. So it'll be interesting to see if they, what's that called? Release the hounds, and like in the American Express commercial with Seinfeld. And if they release the hounds or actually release the Kraken, right? Maybe that's Caleb Martin's new name, the Kraken, right? Oh, we're playing somebody that can score and move around really quick. Release the Kraken. Oh, it's Trey Young. Oh, release the Kraken. Let's go, Caleb. So, and Caleb, we're not saying you look like the Kraken. Okay, by the way. Just want you to know we're not saying that, all right? Young man, we are not saying that. We're just saying you're a badass. And he is turning into a hell of a player, man. Anyway, Blazers and Heat tonight at 7:30. As you heard the boys talk about it, the Blazers are also hurting. They're short on play. Man, they're 4-14 on the road. They're 18-25. And I got one thing. Listen, I don't care about the Blazers. I don't live in Portland. It's not important to me or anything like that. But I look at Dame Lillard on that team. And if I'm the Blazers, well, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not building anything here. How am I not trading this guy for a bunch of picks and players or whatever? Whoever can give me the best combination for one hell of a player. What are you going to do? You're going to wait till he can't do it anymore? Then you can't trade him? I mean, you got to learn how to get off the gravy train at one point or another. You got to make tough decisions. And if you're Portland, you should have made that tough decision maybe a year or two ago, because you're nowhere near a title. So this guy's career is wasting away in Portland. I don't know how they haven't dealt that guy. It's the weirdest thing. Both of them. CJ McCullough, too. You should trade both those guys. There's no reason. You're not winning anything there. So just weird. It's a weird. I get it. You're hanging on to the only thing that attracts people to your team, right? So that's kind of the problem here, and that's what's going on. That you love the player so much. It's kind of like the Marino thing, in a way, isn't it? Like we hung on to Marino, and I know we thought that Jimmy could do something, and obviously he was more of a detriment to the offense than he was a help, actually. And so it didn't work out. And so in hindsight, almost as painful as it sounds, it might have been better off for Marino to be traded, because maybe he had a shot at winning a title somewhere else, because he wasn't winning it in Miami. And kind of like, that's what you got. Those are the tough decisions you have to make as a franchise. And it sends, a message to your fans that, okay, well, we got to trade our only star, but you're not going anywhere anyway. So you might as well start trying to build something for the future. See, the problem in Portland is the same problem you have in Indiana, the same problem you have in Orlando, the same problem you have in Charlotte, in certain cities across the country, Minnesota, things like that, that if you don't draft or trade for the player, you're not really going to be the free agent destination. And that's the problem with Portland. And by the way, Portland's got other problems too as a city, not being very attractive, the way they've handled that city. Terrible leadership. Allowing the rioting going on constantly, a bunch of, people living on the street all over the place. They got a homeless problem there that is enormous. It's so enormous, it's disturbing how enormous it is. what goes on in Portland and in Seattle. But anyway, so as the entire city and the town and the team digresses, just had to kind of point out. So you're not going to be a sexy destination for many reasons. You better trade the guy. You better trade the guy and get something for him. So we'll see what happens tonight. Heat and Blazers, 7:30. And once again, one of those nights, I love it when the Heat and the Panthers aren't playing on the same night. And that's beautiful when they're doing that. I hate when they're playing on the same night. Because plus they're both so good. You truly want to, like, last night wasn't good to watch the Panthers. That was an ugly one. Sam Bennett got his revenge goal, but outside of that, there was nothing in that game, dude. It just wasn't their night, if you know what I mean. So just one of those where, but it's nice to have them individually, play. I know we can't do it every night. I understand all of that, but I like it when I can just focus on the Panthers or focus on the Heat. So tonight, at least, I just have to worry about the Heat, which is really, really good. By the way, we've got a couple of guests for you today. Joe Shad's going to stop by at 11:30, so we'll have a little fun with the Shadster in our American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins report. Michelle Kaufman will join us at noon. We got the Inter-Miami season about to start. I don't know what to expect. I'm not really expecting much from Inter-Miami, but obviously I'll be there. I love my Inter-Miami squad. I'll be watching. I'll be supporting. I don't think they're going to be very good. You know what I mean? But, I know they got all this youth and everything. I thought Michelle had a terrific column today talking, basically, yeah, it's nice, but that's not what was promised, and you need to start winning. And that's something that they haven't done. And they're already into, Inter at this point, if you built it right, you're supposed to be kind of a contender right now. Really, that's the way it's supposed to be if it was built right. But unfortunately, McDonough did a terrible job, and whether Paul and other people made decisions for whatever players they ended up adding, whether it was Paul or Beckham or I don't even know if Jorge Mas picked any of the, players, the DPs and stuff, but whoever ended up doing it, obviously they screwed up in every way possible. And they have set their entire team back. And they've got limitations. And the good thing is they were able to unload Matuidi now. So they unloaded Pizarro too, which was another Bizarro type thing. And so hopefully they can move forward and find somebody. We'll see. But it's an interesting one. So we'll talk to Michelle Kaufman at noon with that one too. And we got an officer joining us at 12:40 today from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. He was in the Dodgers minor league system. So talk with Officer Joe Narito today at 12:40 from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. So we'll have a little fun with him, and we'll talk a little baseball, a little sports with him. So officer, former pro athlete, also at the same time. So I'll have a little fun with him at 12:40. And remember, the Fort Lauderdale Police Department is hiring certified and uncertified officers. So if you're watching and you're in New York where they're treating you like crap, in Chicago where they don't know how to handle it, the aforementioned Portland or Seattle or California, there's a lot of crappy states where police officers aren't being treated well. Well, come on down to the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. They will treat you well. So make sure you reach out to them. All right. So there you go. FLPDjobs.com is the website, FLPDjobs.com, if you want to check that out. All right. What else do we have here on the chat board here? I see Gilbert Martinez is in. I got to look at the original chat board here on this computer here. Zachary Aliani was number 1. Wow. First person in the chat board today. Damn. Oh, no, wait a minute. I didn't go all the way up. I did not. Oh, okay. There we go. Wait a minute. Okay, I haven't. Damn, this thing's. Oh, that's right, because it's been on for over an hour, so that's probably why I haven't been able to reach the damn top of the chat board. There we go. Now we got it. So Gilbert Martinez was number 1 on the chat board this morning. Wow. All right. So it is a new person. David Triana obviously is a usual, a consistent stud that shows up there constantly. So yeah, it is Gilbert Martinez. It does match. All right. So Gilbert, you are the number 1 in there, man. That's impressive. Triana in Robert and David. Now, wait a minute. What do we have? Are these brothers or just 2 dudes named Triana? We got David Triana and Robert Triana. Gus 1388 is in. Jamie Zorrilla, another pillar of stability. Giovanni Folk. I said Folk. Armando Swain says, why were you so angry yesterday, Big O? You must have had something about the Finns we don't know. No, I wasn't angry. I'm not angry ever. Now, once in a while when an idiot shows up and says something stupid, it's just the way it is, Armando. That's all. But I'm in a good mood, dude. I was in a good mood yesterday too. How can I not be in a good mood? Everything is going really well. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really in a good mood. But there'll be idiots along the way that, will trip up the situation, and that's the way it is. One guy sent me a text. He goes, "You're rude to some of these listeners." And I said, "Well, the idiots, I'm rude to the idiots. Have a great week." And he goes, "But I love your show. Thank you." I'm like, well, I thought you were coming at me like you were all mad at me. GP Trap says, good morning, Big O, checking in from COVID-free Pompano Beach. There you go. The greater good is in. Fresher than fresh. Says he thought that was a Raiders hat. Yeah, no. We don't wear Raiders hats on this show. We don't wear Bills hats on this show. We don't wear 49ers hats on this show. Okay? We only wear Dolphins and Canes when it comes to football. Or FIU and FAU, too. I always have love for FIU and FAU. I always wish that they would actually get get over the hump, those programs. Giovanni says, who's the most valuable trade piece once everybody is healthy? Who can you see being shipped off? Oh, I guess you were talking to the Heat guys at that time, Giovanni. And I'm sure Duncan Robinson is the guy that, he's the guy that you could trade. If you're convinced the other guys are going to turn into shooters, then you've got several of them. Then you can trade Duncan Robinson because he doesn't help you. Like the aforementioned Caleb Martin, who plays defense. Max Strus has a little edge to him on the defensive side of the court. You know what I'm saying? Oh, greater goods going, Billy, LOL. Yes, exactly. Like that. Exactly. Right. JP, I'm simply saying Burrow doesn't need an elite offensive line like Tua to be great. And what, JP? Just like Marino? Doesn't need an elite offensive line or elite running game and then win what, my brother? See, that's the problem with JP and some of you out there. You're short-sighted as hell. You guys, you have zero clue. It's about building a team. Who gives a crap if you have a quarterback that can throw it 100 miles an hour? If your team doesn't do it, it doesn't matter. Man, it's like, JP, you're the kind of guy that makes the same mistake over and over again. Obviously, you're the guy. Now there's a guy there cruising around going, oh, he's mad. No, I'm not mad. I'm a passionate person. But it's ridiculous. That's what you're worried about. You're not worried about the offensive line. You're not worried about the running game. Last time I checked, Marino didn't have that either, and he didn't win. JP. And Joe Burrow's not going to win if you don't give him a running game and a defense and an offensive line. He can throw all you want to. Man, I get it. You're a video game guy, JP. All you care about is the points. Dude, I care about the win and the championship. And it's not just about the quarterback. Of course you need the quarterback. But you need a team first. You need a coach first. They don't have those things. So all of you can get in love. You're in love with Justin Herbert so much, some of you out there. What's he won? I mean, if he's so phenomenal, why isn't he in the playoffs? Why isn't he going deep into the playoffs if he's as phenomenal as you guys say he is? Oh, maybe because he doesn't have the team yet? Maybe because he peed in his pants a couple of times this year in certain games and didn't get over the hump? I don't know. You tell me. But he's just exactly what JP wants. Big strapper with an arm that can throw it out of the stadium. Oh, but I don't need such a great line. No, dude, you always need a great line. That's why Bob Greasy has 2 rings and Marino's sitting in the corner going, oh, man, I wish I had one of those. Here, I'll give you my 5,000-yard season. Give me a ring. But for JP, he wants the 5,000-yard season, not the championship. So, I mean, some of you out there, you don't learn a damn thing. You still don't understand what the game of football is all about. Whatever. Check Marino between 86 and 89. Lots of yards, no running game, poor defense, posted losing records over those 4 years, which should have been his prime. I know, David. I lived it. Some of you out there, you just don't get it, man. You still don't get it. It's some guy this morning on Twitter goes to me. Let me make sure I phrase it right. But it's just one of those where, again, you look at it and here we go. Here it is. Big O, is it just me or are McKenzie and Allen getting a free pass when it comes to the selection and growth of O-linemen? What are their roles anyway? And so I texted back to him, or tweeted back to him. I said, do you listen to the show? And he goes, oh, I'm not listening as much. And I figured, okay. Because obviously, if you listen to our show, you wouldn't ever ask me that question because I've never blamed personnel. And I don't think personnel's the problem. I think the problem was the front office screwed up and hired the wrong coach. And the wrong coach effed everything up. By the way, Sean, that border for Hialeah Park is absolutely badass. You did a great job with that border. That looks great. With boxing returning. Love it. Live, of course, from the OK Coin Studios. It's nice, dude. It's a very, very, very nice, what's it called? Border. Very nice job, Sean. As always, right? As always. That's City. He is the man. 855-912-1055. That 1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the program. Also, you can reach out to us on Twitter at Big O Show, Yahoo email, Big O Radio Show. Reach out to us there. Many ways to reach out to us on Le Programme. Always appreciate all of you out there. Let's see, what else do we have here that I wanted to share with you on the program. Let me see. Oh yeah. Poochie Gaming says, Big O, I hear you. X's knee, but hear me out. He has won us, kept us in games at CB position. Pay him. We let Wade go when he deserved to stay. Do right by him. His play hasn't gone downhill. And so when the knee gives out again, and then it becomes a real problem, what are you going to say after? Huh, Poochie? You're not going to complain next year if the knee gives out? And he never can play the same way again and the knee gets in the way? I'm just wondering. So you're never going to complain about the salary again because they're going to be tied to it for a couple of years for a guy that may not be able to really play at a high level. And the fact that he gave up, I think, the most touchdowns of his career this year. The problem is you get caught up with the second half of the year where they played crappy teams and you fall for the PFF stats that he was the highest graded cornerback, and then you don't look that they played no passers. Highest graded quarterback from week 10 to 18. And all they played were the Ravens, Jets, Panthers, Giants, Jets, Saints, Titans, Patriots. No elite passers. Zero. No challenge, in other words. So, listen, man, I get it. Fans, you guys are prisoners of the moment. Rarely do you have the guts to make the tough calls because you're fans. Look at you, dude. You're treating X like Wade. Think about that one right there. Just let that one marinate. You're putting X in the same neighborhood of Wade? Sorry, bro. You and I take pride in different players. You and I take pride in different human beings. You and I take pride in different men. Okay? Once X started, with the domestic issue, that guy lost it with me. He's done. So nobody that hits women, allegedly or whatever, can ever be put next to a guy like Wade or Marino or Greasy or Zonka or Shula or Riley or Zoe or Ray Allen or whatever. Okay? Sorry, dude. Not putting it there. Guy that whines and complains constantly. Sorry. I'm not doing that, bro. So you and I are going to differ on X. Okay? I'm going to look at it realistically. Those knees are time bombs. His attitude, a time bomb. Constantly wanting something. So eventually, you got to move his ass because that's a jack in the box. And you're and at one point or another, that thing's going to pop up. And when it does, another domestic issue, another knee problem, another financial contract issue, whatever comes up again, then you're the same person that is going to rip the team for keeping X. I'm the guy that says you got enough out of him. Now, what? I can't start the show talking about Dane Lillard and that you've got to tear the scab off and make the tough decision and then tell you now's when you got to make the tough decision for X. And on top of all of that, you can't keep both corners and pay everyone. Can't pay Nick Needham, can't pay Ogba, you can't pay Gesicki, you can't pay Matt Collins, you can't pay everybody. And also, you need to go buy a lineman or two also in the draft in free agency. Not the draft, in free agency. So you got to buy that too. No, man. This is the offseason to move X. Right now. This is it. Played well enough. The knee didn't give out. There are no domestic issues or off the field problems. You know he's going to want his money. So trade him now. Let the other team give him the new contract, the extension. Let the other team worry about if the knee is going to be an issue, if he's going to be an issue, all of those things. Let the other team. But if you want to worry about weeks 10 and 18, go back and look at weeks 1 through 9 and go see some of the things that happen in some of those games. So we will differ on that one. And I will say now's the time to unload them and get picks. That's all. And the guys in the front office have been able to find other D-backs. They can go get another one. They'll find another one. Weapon X United, baby. What's up, man? Thank you for a little love on the super chat. He says, long time since I checked in, but I'm here with you every day, Big O. Please tell Herbert lovers he doesn't win jack crap, but he sure looks good losing and wetting the bed in games. LOL. All right. Sebastian says, Big O, I feel like Tua can be successful even without an elite running back because of his knowledge of the RPO. He could mask having an average running back. We just need an O-line that can block. What do you think? Sebastian, if you're going to run an RPO, the R has to be a threat. And because I don't want Tua running a ton, I don't want him to be the Lamar Jackson threat, which he can't be because there's only one Lamar. But no, you need a running back. You need a running back. You'll see. They'll get a running back now. They're going to make what Flo didn't want to do the first couple of years. Now they're going to do. Okay? Because, Flo comes from that New England. You don't really have to, so he held them back from getting a running back. Watch him get a running back now. Watch. Top 3 rounds, you will see one back or somebody that I'm not sure yet. I haven't really even bothered with free agency yet because they're going to re-sign guys. They're going to tag other guys. And then we start talking about them and they get tagged. And I've done that over the last couple of years. And I stopped doing that a couple years ago, but I used to do it over time. And it just becomes a waste of time because we start talking about a guy and then he gets tagged. So we will wait till we find out who's truly a free agent and who's not. But the Dolphins will add a running back this offseason. Mark my words. They will add a running back this offseason. Okay? Remember, folks, to smash the like button. And also, don't forget, please subscribe. Okay? We were starting the show. We were less than 70 away from 10,000. So we are almost there at 10,000 subscribers, man. We really need to get over the 10,000 mark hump. So please help us out with that. Craig Sebring brings us some love on the super chat. He says, Big O, love the show. First thing Miami has to do is cut or trade. No, you can't cut X. Craig, no cutting. Okay? No. He's valuable. Go trade him now. You got some value now, okay? And then invest in 2 or 3 linemen, re-sign some key free agents, and get a good running back. I loved everything you said except for releasing X. I'm not releasing X. I'm trading X. I'm not releasing him. That's the only thing you had. No, but I loved everything you said there. But you got to trade X now. Okay. TA Fins Up says, who would you trade? Who would trade to the Texans for their first round pick? I don't do fantasy trades and all that, TA. I appreciate the super chat, but that's not, those discussions aren't going on or anything. So that's not real. That's just fantasy. I don't do the what's that word I'm looking for? Damn it. God, now I'm totally brain farting on this. The word I'm actually looking for, but you guys know what the hell I'm saying. I just don't do those make-believe type of things. It's just not worth it. It's just a waste of time. It's what it does. We end up talking about a bunch of crap and it never speculation. Thank you, NorCal. Appreciate it. Hypotheticals, even better, JP. Hypotheticals. That's it. The hypotheticals are just, it's lazy radio is what I, label it. And there's a lot of lazy radio going on. All I have to do is turn on anything local, and you'll hear a ton of lazy radio where they're talking about one subject the entire day and then repeating everything too at the same time. So just a different ball game here. I can't that stuff. It's a waste. Jonathan Jensen says, Big O, I know we need a coach first, but Baldy mentioned Aaron Cromer as an O-line coach for the Finns. Know anything about him? Yes, I've heard of him. But see, somebody send me on Twitter, hey, should they keep Josh Boyer? That's not your decision or mine, my brother or sisters out there. We can talk about what O-line coach we like and what defensive coordinator we like and what offensive coordinator we like, but they've got to hire the head coach. And then the head coach is going to hire who he thinks is the best offensive coordinator, O-line coach, QB coach that he can get. You see what I'm saying? So again, it becomes a hypothetical that we're wasting our time because I don't know who they're hiring as a head coach. So I don't know if that head coach has a relationship with Cromer or any other offensive line coach that may be available. You see what I'm saying? So none of that we can predict. Again, speculating, wasting time on stuff that we have no knowledge of. And we're going to sit here. What you want us to start now piecing together a coaching staff? We'll get this guy. We'll get that guy. We'll get this guy. That's fantasy. That's not going to get us anywhere. So, again, I'm not going to get into that either because that's just a waste of time. There's no substance behind it. There's no real proof that that's what's going to happen or being talked about or anything like that. So that's my problem with that also. Sebastian says, X is in the Jay Ajayi boat, people. Didn't you get that? You need to maximize the value of your roster at all times. New England has been moving players before they fall off for years. Boom. There's a smart, logical fan that understands that as painful as the scab may be to tear it off because he is a good player, there's no doubt, it's a move you have to make. Pretty simple. And that's exactly what we're talking about. Your quarterback retires on your team. Maybe your offensive tackle retires on your team. Maybe you have a left tackle that's been on your team for a long, long time, guard, whatever, one of those lifers like the Rams have, right? Yeah. I can see a guy like that being on your team forever. You know what I'm saying? But X is not the guy you want retiring on your team. You want to move him before, the gravy is gone. That's the part that you want to make sure you take advantage of. And if you're quarterback or your left tackle or something, get it. But nowadays, that whole thing about wanting a guy to play his entire career and retire and all that sounds great in theory and all that, but that's not the reality. And it shouldn't be that anymore. All right. McDaniels is being compared to Rams coach McVay and Kyle Shanahan as young, innovative, great minds. McDaniels have been in the NFL for 16 years, started under Mike Shanahan. What's your take? I don't know if he can build a staff. He's young. Still don't know if he can build a staff. He's a 30-something guy, right? So I don't know if he can build a staff. I'm not taking a chance on a guy that can't build a staff. I'm not going with that crap again. Oh, innovative mind and this and that and all that crap. And what? What? Nothing. I'm not doing that. And by the way, the whole Shanahan thing, are we all just living off the 2 championships from Denver? Because that's all that was ever accomplished. It's great. Don't get me wrong. The front office put together one hell of a team, and they had John Elway. But after that, it's not like Mike did anything in Washington that you were like, oh, my God, he's incredible and all that. No. And then his son has done a good job, but again, still has not, won it all, right? So I don't know, man. I'm just saying it. Let's slow down before we start labeling people like they're the next Bill Walsh. It's kind of crazy. Chill. We make it sound like this tree is incredible and all that kind of stuff. And, come on, man. Relax. We've been there. We've seen the hot shot coordinator. I'm kind of tired of hiring the guy that I have no idea is so green he can't even build a staff. And that's why I want somebody a little bit more grizzled. Look, Dable I will accept at least because he's bounced around a lot. And he's run offenses himself on several teams now. Okay, and now he's developed his own quarterback. Has this guy developed his own quarterback? No. Okay? No. By the way, Kyle Shanahan hasn't developed his own quarterback either. Let's just be clear there. Okay? So as great as Kyle Shanahan is, he hasn't developed his own quarterback. And he hasn't even proven that the guy he drafted is going to be any good because that's his quarterback. So before we start labeling geniuses and we start labeling that the guy that falls off the tree is going to be a genius and all that stuff, let's pump the brakes now. Let's slow the hell down. And so, again, it goes back to, do you want to make the same mistakes you have made in the past? Is the question. Do you want to keep hiring people that you don't know if they can build a staff or not? Is the question. And for me, that's the problem with that young man, McDaniel. Adam says, 0 interest in McDaniel. Why are the Dolphins even interviewing him? I agree. I don't want another Flores or Gase. Enough of the youth movement crap. By the way, McDaniel's being interviewed, like I said before, Adam, you probably weren't listening. All of these guys are not being interviewed for this job. All of these guys are also being interviewed for future references, future changes and things like that. So you want to know where Mike is now. So if you do have a coaching opening 3, 4, 5, 6 years from now, you then can revisit it and see, okay, where is he at since then? What kind of successes has he had? So I think that's what they're doing with a lot of these coaches. Thomas Brown, all these kind of cats that are really young. Those are the guys. I don't believe they're going to hire those kind of guys. I think they're going to hire, I hear Dable's the guy now. I mean, that's what I've been telling you the last couple of days, that I hear Dable is clearly the guy right now. But you all know I wanted Jim Caldwell. But I can understand at least the Dable because he has bounced around and has had the authority of running offenses, something that McCarthy has never done. McDaniel has never done on several teams. And he's developed his own quarterback, something McDaniel has never done either. So that's, McDaniel is smart, but it's a one-sided coach. He's Gase 2.0, maybe not. Same personality, same deficiencies on defense. We don't know. McDaniel could be a superstar in the making, or he could be just another dud, dude. That's all. We don't know. Nobody really knows. Big O, I really want Dable. I'm afraid of Dan Quinn equals Jeff Fisher. Zachary Allen says, isn't it an indictment that we're the only one offering him a head coaching job? Who's him? Who have they offered a head coaching job, Zachary? They haven't offered the head coaching job to anybody. Not exactly sure what you're watching. Like, where have you jumped to the conclusion that they're offering the coaching job to anyone? They haven't offered it to anyone yet. Not exactly sure what what conclusion you're jumping to, my man. You may want to clear it up because I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Ross needs to sell the team 20 plus years. Yo, stop already. Heat fins. The team's sold already. Stop. Bro, let that mental masturbation go already. Stop already. The team is sold. The new owner is in place. So when he retires, I think his name is Bruce, I believe, he takes over. So you're done already. So stop it already. Stephen Ross's partner is taking over the team. Enough. That's already set in place. It's not going anywhere. So stop. Stop worrying about it. You have no control over it. You never will have control over it. Let it go. Okay? Let it go. Stephen Ross is your owner until he doesn't want to be the owner. So if you don't want to be a fan, my brother, don't be a fan. Don't watch the Dolphins anymore. Don't follow them. Don't buy any shirts. Don't buy anything. But if you think that's going to change, and again, you want to waste your time, that's not even a hypothetical. Okay? That's like ignorance. So let it go. So accept that Stephen Ross is your owner already and that you already have your next owner in place. What you need to do is just hope that things go well. Sitting there hoping for a changing of owners, you know, I hope I hit the lottery on Saturday and then the Powerball after that. Same thing. I got a better chance of hitting the lottery and the Powerball and Cash 3 all at once in 1 week than you do of getting a new owner for the Dolphins. How do you like them apples? Let it go, dude. Worry about whatever you got to worry about. Your bills, your mortgage, your car, your kids, your wife, your girlfriend, girlfriends, wives, whatever, however you live your life. Your bet, your stocks, your crypto, your real estate. Go worry about all those other things. Don't worry about the Dolphin ownership ever again. Okay? The Dolphin ownership is set during your lifetime. So let it go. Samuel Loomis, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. He says the Finns should interview Adam Stenavich. I have no idea who Adam Stenavich is. Is that a joke? Is he like a porn star or something? I have no idea. Is he like some good offensive coordinator or somewhere or something? I have no idea who Adam Stenavich is. Now I got to look it up. Sammy, you're playing a joke on me, right? Adam Stenavich is like a male porn star with like a 15-inch penis, right? Is that what you just did to me? Let me see. It's actually a real person. An American football coach, former offensive tackle, who's currently the offensive line coach and run game coordinator for the Green Bay Packers. He was signed by Carolina as an undrafted free agent in 2006, played football at Michigan. Stenavich has been a member of the Packers and the Cowboys. Okay. All right. I don't know. I have no idea, my brother. I don't even know if he's that good or not. I'd be lying to you if I told you I know that guy is an offensive line coach or a porn star. Although Stenavich is not really a good porn star name, right? I mean, there's Long Dong Silver, that's the kind of porn name you want, some guy named Richard Steele, something like, you want that, Stenavich is not a porn name. So I should have picked up on that you really weren't setting me up for a porn guy. But, hey, you send in a super chat, you just, you never know. Let's see. John Florino says, which, if the 3 players, personnel guys, do you trust the most? Allen, McKenzie, or Greer? I trust all 3 of them, my man. I know of all three of them. Okay, I've known all three of them for over 20 years now in this business. So what can I tell you? Maybe not over, but around 20 for most of them. So I trust all three of them. I keep telling you guys, I think we have an excellent personnel department. But and I would tell Chris Greer this right to his face, where I would tell him is, Chris, this is your show, dude. Hire your coach, but don't bend over for your coach. Okay? Take a suggestion from him. But if you, Marvin or Reggie, feel that this player is better than the one he's suggesting, you take the player you think is better. Let the coach them. Don't allow them to have power to shop for the groceries. They can suggest something. Okay? They can suggest it. But no. Oh, I want Hunts. No, we're taking Hines. It's fine. That's it. Okay? You go to the store? No, he wants Pepsi? No, we're going with Coke. Coke is better than Pepsi. Sorry, coach. It's the way it goes. Oh, I want grapefruit juice. Nah, we're going with cranberry, coach. We like cranberry more than grapefruit. Sorry, coach. Better. Coach him up. That's what he's got to do. And if he doesn't, it'll cost Reggie, Marvin, and Chris their jobs. That's what's going to end up happening. I mean, the writing's on the wall, right? You only get this one break. So next time, you got to make sure you have control of personnel, because how can they judge you if you allow somebody else to meddle in what you do? And Reggie does it way better than Flo, and Marvin Allen does it way better than Flo, and Chris Greer does it way better than Flo. So why are all those three guys going to defer to Flo? Why are you going to defer to Adam Gase or Joe Philbin? Joe Philbin was a whiny little bitch. He'd walk into that office practically every other day. I can't coach this guy. You got to get rid of him. It got to a point where they had to talk him out of it constantly. Like, coach, we cannot keep moving people just because you don't get along with them. You got to find a way to get along with some of these people. And that, Parcells had characters on his team. Shula had characters on his team. Mike Tomlin has had characters on his team. You got to find a way to make it work. It's the way it is. It's you're not going to get 53 choir boys or whatever it is with the taxi squad now, practice squad, 60-something, 70 players. And they all went to catechism school. They all, studied religion. They all are really good boys. You know what I mean? No, that's just not the case, man. You're going to have hellraisers. You're going to have guys that, pushed all kinds of buttons and limits. And you've got to have an edge to yourself. And that's been the problem, by the way, that Joe Philbin had no edge. Adam Gase had no edge. And believe it or not, Flo had no edge. He had an attitude, not an edge. Those that have an edge know how to reach everybody. Shula had the edge because he can reach Mark Clayton and Mark Duper and get them to play, no matter whether they were complaining and bitching and going back and forth. He didn't have to worry about Bob Greasy. He didn't have to worry about Larry Zonka. But he had to deal with some characters over the years. Keith Jackson wasn't the most cooperating player during the week of practice. But Shula kind of knew that, okay, I can get him out there and practice a little bit. Sunday, he's going to be a star for me. Do you think Shula was happy that Jackson didn't practice all week? No. But it's the Jimmy Johnson line. You can't treat everybody the same. And he's right. actually. It's a great line by Jimmy. But you have to learn how to treat different people. One guy may be not as mentally stable as another guy, right? Like, I don't have to worry about Tom Brady being unstable at any moment. He's always going to be Joe Cool all the time. So that's one back I don't need a massage. But you know what? I got to walk over here because maybe Leonard Fournette might be a little bit, I don't know if he is or not. I'm just using Fournette as an example. But he might be a little bit more of an emotional player, this, that, whatever. Gronk, Gronk's a little high wired. Maybe, you want to get a little closer to, he's a hard worker and all that, but, he gets a little wild and maybe you want to pull him aside a little bit and, hey, focus a little bit. I need you to do this. You don't have to do that with Brady, but you may have to do that with Gronk. That's life, man. That's life. And if you don't have the edge that you need in order to kind of deal with all those kind of things, you're not going to survive. You're not going to succeed. And that's been the problem with the Joe Philbins of the world, the Adam Gases of the world, and now Brian Flores. It's interesting because they're three different characters. Adam Gase was a weird, smart-ass, hard-ass. Flo was one of those just flat-out hard asses that didn't really have any flexibility. Joe Philbin had no flexibility whatsoever and was set in his old ways that just did not jive with younger players, with younger people. It's just one of those things. So it's, Randy Shannon, same thing. A lack of people skills. And you got to have them, man. So if you're Chris Grier, find the guy that knows how to work the locker room. Find the guy that knows how to handle a crazy intense player, a mellow focus player, the guy that maybe you got to watch out a little bit because he's super talented, but he can get off the rails really easy. The immature kid that just got into the league and mentally and physically it's all a challenge for him. You got to be able to handle all of that. And you got to know how to handle the different people. One guy you can scream at, the other guy you can massage, the other guy you got to psych out, the other guy you got to inspire. That's just the way it is. And if you don't have the edge to be able to, go in all those directions, you can't be a head coach. So if I'm Chris Grier, Marvin Allen, and Reggie McKenzie, to answer your question in a long-winded way, I trust all three of them. But if I want to keep them around, go get yourself a coach that focuses in on the players that he's given, on the scheme that he has to develop every week, on the assistant coaches that he needs to help him build a football team and a culture. Not a guy that is worried about firing the PR guy or worried about what a writer says to go rip the writer an a-hole or just fighting with players and showing them up in the middle of a practice like he did with Kenny Stills, that you go embarrass Kenny Stills in front of his teammates. That doesn't go. That Flo wasn't sending a message there. He was telling everybody, hey, check out the a-hole I am. Because that's all they were saying while they were at that. Like, wow, what a D-bag, dude. I can't believe he's doing that to Kenny. So these are all the things that they've if they can focus on personnel, but they need to get the coach that just focuses on coaching. Because you know what? None of the guys available anyways have earned the right to say, I can pick my players too. Okay? Including Jim Caldwell. Although I might allow Caldwell, no, not might. I will allow Caldwell to tell me whatever he thinks about the quarterback position. Okay? And if he doesn't like Tua, then you go with that. How about that? That's one guy I would trust because he knows that position better than McKenzie, Greer, and Allen. Okay? That one position. Now, if Caldwell wants to coach Tua, then I'm all for it. But Caldwell would be the one guy I would trust in that position because I've watched him develop it. I've watched him help people overachieve. And to me, that's enormous. That shows me coaching. And that's what Caldwell has done his entire life. He's a hell of a coach, hell of a person too. Guy, that's the other thing I like about Caldwell, man. He's not the guy that's going to lose it. He knows how to handle all these kind of characters. That's the good thing about that. But if Greer, McKenzie, and Allen want to be here for a long time, get the coach that can make a difference in the locker room and on the field and with his coaching staff. You don't need a fourth personnel director. You've got 3 personnel guys. You don't need a fourth. Okay? That's all I would say. How does a coach even have time for PR department? Doesn't he have anything better to do? LOL. That's the problem. That's, the coaches. Pat Riley's not worried about things like that, dude. He'll have other people in the organization reach out to a media member or somebody that isn't doing their job or whatever. They'll do that. But Pat Riley's not going to be worried about that kind of stuff. That's the difference, man. You just got to get the people that actually are focused on winning. That's what that's what I freaking love about the Heat organization. They're just wired perfectly. They're not perfect because there's no such thing as a perfect organization because there's no way you're going to win a title every year. But damn, dude, they are near perfect as an organization. They're run so well. Everybody knows their job. Everybody does their job. And I don't care if it's PR, tickets, promotions, or, of course, the basketball team. Doesn't matter what it is, dude. Everything is run just amazingly in that organization. And that's what everybody else is striving for. I think the Panthers are there already. They just got to get that deep run, the title, and kind of get over the hump and show everybody. But they've got the ownership. Their people are amazing, and they've figured out everything on the ice finally. And Zito was like the piece, dude. Just like, wow, brought it all together, man. Holy crap, that guy's a badass. So let's hope that the Dolphins can get there because they've got good people. Tom Garfinkel is phenomenal. He's done a great job with that organization. The way they've built up the stadium, the new practice facility, everything that they've done, saving the tennis tournament, the F1 race is coming, all of these things that they're just great custodians of a team and for this for this community. And I know some of you out there, like the one guy that was so crazy about Stephen Ross. You know what, man? I'm a Stephen Ross fan. I know he hasn't gotten it right, but damn it, dude, he's trying. He's trying. And I'm a Stephen Ross fan. I'm a Wayne Huizenga fan too, and he didn't win. But man, he tried. I can't blame him for, he got Jimmy. We all wanted Jimmy. And we all wanted Saban, and we all wanted Parcells, and it just didn't work out. It's not his fault. His hockey team went to the Stanley Cup. His baseball team won a title, and his GM set up the team to win the second title. Wayne was a hell of an owner, and Ross has proven to be a great owner, a great citizen for our community, saving the tennis tournament, spending his own money to make that stadium incredibly awesome. Now the practice facility, the F1 race, all that kind of stuff. I mean, the guy spends, man. He just hasn't gotten the right combination. But I root for a guy like Ross, man, because he means well. His heart is in the right place. He cares. He wants to win. Just hasn't happened for him. Hopefully they will get it done, man. Mr. Spock says, Are there, oh, you know what? Before I read Mr. Spock or anything else, let's go to hour number 2 of the Big O Radio Show, led by Sean Stanley.
South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slowens, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, 0 transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
We back. Hour number 2 of the program. Joe Shad will join us at the bottom of the hour. You know, I thought it's interesting. Jim says Ross being good to the community does not mean he runs the football team well. I'm rooting for him because I'm a Dolphins fan. I just don't see any evidence of him positively affecting the team. So, Jim, let me ask you, what's positively affecting the team? What does that mean? Because I think you're only talking about a Super Bowl, right? You're only talking about winning. That's it, right? You're right? I mean, that's it. Because they spend more than the Bengals spend, right? They spend more than anybody else spends, pretty much. Right? That they're willing to go to the max and spend anything. Didn't he put all the money into the stadium? I mean, maybe, Jim, you don't go to the stadium. So if you don't go to the stadium, you can't say he does better. But anybody that actually attends the stadium, is it not better? Is it not better the entire experience, walking in and out of that stadium, being at the stadium? It's better. It's got the roof, did all kinds of amenities around the stadium, the bridges, the tunnels. I mean, for concerts, for games. How is that not better for you? How did he not buy the team and make it all better? How did he not improve the practice facility now and modernize it? How's it not better if he's bettering the facilities for the players? Okay, I get it. The coach and the players have to then get it done on the field. But you can't say that he doesn't positively impact. He does, Jim. Actually, he does his job. Unfortunately, the only part of his job that he hasn't nailed yet is the right combination of coach and front office to win. But he's got Tom Garfinkel, who does a great job on everything else. He does a great job with the stadium and the experience. He saved the tennis tournament. He built a new practice facility. He does his job, actually. You know what I mean? Now, if you don't attend the game, you can't say, you can't say, oh, he doesn't better it. He's done his job. He betters it all over the place. It's just the one thing that he's got left. So what you need to say is Ross being good to the community does not mean he runs the football team well. I'm rooting for him because I'm a Dolphin fan. I don't see any evidence of him positively affecting the team. That's not what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to say, I just don't see him winning, period. Because it is a better stadium. It's a better experience for fans and the players. It's a better practice facility now for them. So he is doing his job, most of his job. So he needs to nail the winning. That's the only ingredient that he's missing. It's the most important one, but it's the one that he's missing. But let's not say that he's Jeffrey Loria. Okay, now there's a man that did nothing for this town. Zero. That's a thief. That is nothing but a carpetbagger. Right? That's what you're talking about, somebody that adds zero to our community and does nothing on, off the field, you name it. But Stephen Ross, man, I think he does a hell of a job. It's just he's got that one ingredient that he's missing. Most important one, but everything else, man, he excels as an owner. So, let's see. What else do we have? Heat Fin says Tua's performance was inexcusably bad, especially on horrid weather. The offensive scheme should have run the ball. Think about why Tua threw more yards than Tannehill in that game. Well, you got stupid coaching. I mean, you can't do anything about it. When you have stupid coaching, you have stupid coaching. I mean, there's nothing to be said about that. You know what I did laugh about? I'm reading the Palm Beach Post, and I believe it's Hal Habib who wrote the article. Now, he wrote the article based on another article and all that kind of stuff. So it wasn't like something all on his material. It's stuff that he wrote about coming off of something else. But I thought it was kind of funny because, in Chicago, by the way, they are supposedly wowed by Brian Flores, which I laughed my ass off. It says ex-Dolphin coach Brian Flores evidently made a lasting impression in his interview with the Bears. He's still in the mix with Houston, although if the deal is made with the Texans, there's a growing likelihood it won't end up with Flores coaching Deshaun Watson. The list of candidates linked to Chicago is 10 deep, includes some of the ones that have been tied to the Dolphins, like Dable, like Frazier, Peterson, Dan Quinn, all that stuff. Yahoo's Charles Robinson said the Bears are very smitten with Flores. Dan Graziano rated Flores among the favorites for the Bears job. For Chicago to reel him in, they'd have to talk to Flores and go, okay, the general manager hire is going to be someone you're comfortable with and you want to be connected with. And it's also going to be someone who's comfortable with letting you take the lead in the organization, i.e., Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Robinson said on the Holly and Smith podcast. Robinson believes Flores wants to coach an elite quarterback. Good luck with that, since Tom Brady, Pat Mahomes, and Josh Allen at last check already have coaches. Flores has also talked with the Giants. As for the Texans, Nick Caserio spoke on Sports Radio 610, which asked whether adding Flores would lead to Watson returning to the Texans. That more likely would not be the case, Caserio said. So they're smitten. And then the best part is, and this is why bad organizations stay bad organizations for a while, and why the Dolphins have done a lot of bad things over the years and have been bad for a while. And this is, the Jets, you see what went on with Gase here, and then you go and hire him. You see what went on with Flores here, and you can say whatever you want about the Miami situation. Okay, because people say, that it doesn't count. The Miami is dysfunctional. But the part of the equation that they leave out of all of this is no head coach that ever left Miami did anything anywhere else ever again. Let me repeat that again. After Don Shula, okay, every single head coach that has coached the Miami Dolphins has never gone on to do anything else as a head coach for any other team ever again. None. Nada. Failures everywhere. No one took another team and then they went on to kick ass, and then they can look back and go, you see, Miami is the problem. So Miami wasn't the problem because Philbin was a disaster. Miami wasn't the problem because Cameron was a disaster. Miami wasn't a problem because Sperano was a disaster, because Gase was a disaster, and because Flo's a disaster. All those coaches are disasters. So if the Chicago Bears want to be stupid enough to hire Brian Flores and not do your homework, and then go to the extreme that you're going to allow Brian Flores to hire his own general manager after watching all the meddling he did here and all the meddling I know he did here to ruin this team, and he's the reason why they're not in the playoffs. That's the problem with some of you out there and in the media. Oh, the 7-game winning streak. They don't remember 1-7. It's convenient as hell to just let me forget 1-7 because it doesn't count. It never affected the reason why we're not in the playoffs. So this is going to be freaking hilarious. And I hope they hire Flores, and I hope Flores gets to hire his own general manager because, of course, Brian Flores knows it all. Okay? Maybe he'll trade for the quarterback he wanted. All right. Anyway. Oh, man. Let's see. Even Shula assistants failed as NFL coaches. Yeah, I think you're right. I think, but he had great assistants because Monty Clark was a hell of an assistant. Bill Arnsberger was a hell of an assistant. So he had, Mel Phillips and what's it called? Mike Westhoff. And he had great assistants. Yeah, I don't think any of them really ended up becoming any kind of great head coaches. I'm trying to think of any. No, I think you're right. I think his tree didn't produce head coaches. You're right. I'm pretty sure of that. Yeah. Overall. Some coaches do and some coaches don't. Belichick can't do it either. You know what I mean? Bill Walsh produced a bunch of them. Andy Reid's produced several now. You know, some coaches do. Interesting how Andy Reid produces assistant coaches that become head coaches, and some of them have done good, and so did Bill Walsh. And you think about it, they're all kind of from the same, you know, system tree, you know, all that kind of stuff. Reid, Holmgren, Walsh, a lot of similarities in the way they do things and run things. And you think about it, it's interesting how those kind of coaches have been able to have a lot of success in developing assistant coaches that have moved on to become head coaches. Pretty interesting because they're not different styled coaches. They all have kind of the same influences. So it's, yeah, sometimes some have it and some don't, man. You know? Jamie Reichert says, thanks again for the crypto advice, Big O. Still dying to hear who Flo wanted to draft in 2020 that you have alluded to before. True Blazer says, Big O sits behind a mic and talks about football. Brian Flores been in the NFL for 20 years, not a Flo fan. Yeah, give me Flo. Just saying. That's fine. Take Flo. Have him. You can have him all you want, bro. I don't care. Have fun. Knock yourself out. Become a Bears fan now. What do I care, dude? It's like, oh my God. True Blazers leaning to Flo over me. Oh, how am I going to live with myself? I mean, is that how you wanted me to react? Robert Kitzler says, so now that we are hanging out, hat on Tua, let's get that O-line and running back. Well, they should have gotten that from the get-go. Just because the, prior head coach didn't understand that. Well, that's neither here nor there. You can't do anything about that. So I've been telling you, Daboll is kind of the clubhouse leader, as they say. Vegas now, I read where they put the odds at 3.5 to 1. He's the favorite, Brian Daboll. They have him in Vegas as the favorite to become the Dolphins head coach. Peterson, Bieniemy were 5 to 1 odds to become the Dolphins head coach. I hear Daboll's the guy, man. I don't know if they'll hire him. I don't know if he wants this job or not. I would figure, man, he knows this division well, playing in the Bills, also coaching with the Patriots, and then obviously coaching in both inside this division. So there's no doubt that he is he's definitely perfect for this. And he knows the player too. He knows Tua. So he's going to know how to design the offense around him. He would be a guy that the familiarity is something good. The question also is with Daboll is he willing to allow, let's say, the front office to help him find some coaches? Like if Daboll struggles a little bit with finding veteran coaches, and is he willing to surround himself with veteran coaches to help him too in the process? I kind of get the feeling that Daboll will use, like, Daboll's ego is not the guy that says, "Oh no, I don't want older assistant coaches." I think he's the guy that says, "No, I need a couple of those guys so I can lean on those kind of guys and learn from them, and maybe I could get a guy that has prior head coaching experience so he can help me through all of this as a first time." I get the feeling that Daboll will be a little bit more receptive. Like, Sean McVay, I give him a lot of credit, man. He was willing to, put veteran coaches around him to help him. And I think that's enormous because there's no way these young coaches are going to know everything. Just like you and I, if we take over a business and we're newbies at it, we're gonna make a bunch of mistakes. But man, if we can surround ourselves with some people that already know the business and been there and done it, but they're willing to kind of help you along the way to grow, that's great, man. Those are sounding boards that are priceless. So I think Dable will be willing to do something like that, that if you hire him, he's not going to have that ego and going to be paranoid like Flo, and, you scare people away like your offensive coordinator and possibly Jim Caldwell. Because I got to tell you something. After everything, after time, and you see all the evidence, it changes your mind. And I get the feeling that, yeah, Jim Caldwell had some personal issues. But Jim Caldwell, if he's back now and he's doing interviews and he wants to coach, then that tells me he could have come back also to the Dolphins. But if he didn't come back to the Dolphins after his personal issues, that tells me he got a whiff of Brian Flores and said, yeah, I'm not working with that guy. That's cynical me. D. Mao, I hope I didn't butcher it, sir. Ross has gone behind his coach's back to hire another coach during the season. He's tried to get Watson behind Tua's back. He was there for Bullygate, his head coach, GM, and D. He does whatever it takes, bro. And the Watson thing wasn't even his idea. It's really more the coach driving this and trying to make it happen, and everybody trying to appease the coach. And I think that's kind of part of what this whole thing was. That at the end is like, man, I'm going to go talk to some guy that has got all these sexual assault charges, and it's embarrassing for me, and I'm trying to appease the coach. I got to get out of here. I got to get this guy out of here. And I think it was all part of that. Hogan Hulk says, Big O, I agree with you on Flores getting another job right away. He won't learn from his mistakes here. He'll take it as if he was right all along and do the things his way again wherever he goes, just like Adam Gase did. Same thing. If he gets hired right away, it's a stamp of approval that everything he did here was right. Just like Adam Gase. I hope the Bears hire him, dude. Sorry, Bears fans out there. Irving says, O-line and Calvin Ridley and Lynn Bowden Jr. coming back with Lindsey and Duke and a stud running back. Let's go, Tua. Let's hope so. Let's see. What else do we have here? Daryl says, good morning, Big O. Can you give any advice to someone looking to be in radio like you? Yeah, don't do it. Don't get into radio, bro. It's a terrible business. Terrible people are in this business. I'm on my own. I'm better off. Now I'm blessed, right? Because, most of the people that I used to work with can't do this on their own. So it's different. They don't have the business acumen and they don't have the experience that I have. So it's a whole different ballgame and they're not going to be able to do this. But I would tell you that no, don't get into radio. Maybe TV is better. Go digital, website maybe, something like that. You don't want to work in radio. That's what I would tell you. I'm being completely honest. It's not the kind of business you want to get into. So if you want to get into a business where the people above you have never done your job and they try to tell you how to do your job, they make decisions and don't care about human beings. They're just worried about the bottom dollar, and usually they don't even understand that either because they get rid of people that actually are producing. It's really not a business that I would ever suggest anybody getting into at all. Do something else. Do not get into radio. That's your warning. You want to get into it? Whenever you're into it years in, you're going to go, he was right. And that's fine. But knock yourself out if you want, my brother. But if I'm telling you, there are way better jobs to get now than radio. Radio is, I would have told you in the 80s and the 90s to go and get into radio and It would have been fun and growing and all that. Now it's contracting. Now it's getting smaller and smaller. Less stations are available, less, because this is happening now. Digital. This is what runs the town now. Radio's dead. People don't listen to radio or watch television anymore like they used to. It's all iTunes and Spotify and Stitcher and Amazon Prime and YouTube and all that kind of Hulu and all that kind of crap. When you get home, everything's on demand. The only thing that you're watching live nowadays are sports. Even the news, you'll watch it recorded. So radio is dead, pretty much. They have very few people listening. We download more on this show in one day than the entire station of QAM does in an entire week. No, that's not true. Entire 2 weeks. All of their shows combined don't get the downloads we get on one day on this show. Why do you think? They repeat interviews. They repeat the same subject over. So then when they put it over to digital, there's very little content. So then there's nothing to download. And since very little people are listening live, most of your listeners are on demand. They go to it and there's no content. And why? Because the people that are running radio have never done radio and don't understand it. So just to kind of, give you a heads up on all of that. Anyway, do want to remind you, Sloman's Home Security. Yeah, baby, we love Sloman's. Protecting your home, protecting your business. We've been talking about Sloman's now, folks, and they are a proud sponsor of our program. We love all the great people at Sloman's. Next month, we're going to be broadcasting live from Sloman's. That's going to be a lot of fun. I believe it's the 17th and the 18th, which is a Thursday and a Friday. We're going to be out there at Sloman's headquarters in Long Island. Can't wait, man. Call them 1-800-ALARM-ME so you can protect your home, your family, your pets, your business. I mean, there's nothing like leaving home and having that feeling that everything is covered. And when you've got that doorbell camera, you're going to know everything that's approaching your home. Somebody's knocking, they're there. Somebody's delivering the food, they're there. Somebody's dropping off a package, they're there. You see a porch pirate, it's there. All of these kind of things, and that's why you want to get Sloman's Home Security. And right now, folks, the first 40 Big O listeners, 1-800-ALARM-ME, get a free doorbell camera that connects directly to your smartphone, and that's with the installation of your Sloman Shield. And that's not all. We're going to give you a free customized home security system, professional installation when you use our low-cost central station monitoring. So you're getting an LED touchscreen pad, motion detector, and 3-arm doors, and a backup battery. Plus, if you're one of the first 40 Big O listeners right now, 1-800-ALARM-ME, and tell them that Big O sent you, you'll get your free doorbell camera. Sloman's. Go to the Twitter page at Sloman's. Sloman's Home Security. 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Dolphins fans, buckle up. It's time for the American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins Report with Joe Shad. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. Call them at 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. Here's Joe Shad with today's edition of the American Dream Lending Report.
Myth, the legend that is Joe Shad. All right. I like a new board, too, that Sean came up with. Looks nice, too. I like it. And he put the old logo, which he knows it's a requirement on this show. We don't want the whale on there. How you doing, brother? You doing good? You feeling good?
Doing good, Big O. How are you?
Good. I saw Hal's article on Dable being a 3.5 to 1 favorite on being the Dolphins head coach.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
The Vegas favorite. Yeah. Why don't you read Hal Habib, by the way? He's part of the Palm Beach Post. I don't know if you know that, but anyway. So
you're a big fan of his.
I love Hal. Hal's a good dude, bro. Hal's like Like if you have a problem with Hal, then you have a problem, right? Isn't that the case?
Well, we need the communication and collaboration on the Palm Beach Post staff. That's very important.
Yeah, Hal's awesome, dude. I love Hal. Plus, he's a soccer guy, so he and I obviously connect on other plateaus there when it comes to soccer. So, Joe, I'm hearing that Dable's like the lead dog. What do you hear now at this point in time? But that's the guy they want, even though I'm a Caldwell guy. But what are you hearing?
Well, you hear Dable mentioned in connections with other jobs, such as the New York Giants. And if one of the Bills executives who used to be with the Dolphins is hired there, would that be sort of a package deal? So the timeline is going to be interesting to monitor here because the Dolphins have all their interviews, of course, their initial interviews lined up for this week. Dable and Leslie Frazier from the Bills have already interviewed. Mike McDaniel from the 49ers today. Dan Quinn and Kellen Moore of the Cowboys on Thursday. They did not have a great last game. You wonder how much that plays a role. Does Kellen Moore get grilled to ask about that Dak Prescott run? And then Thomas Brown of the Rams and Vance Joseph of the Cardinals on Friday. So, do the Dolphins add more candidates to the list? Are there candidates who have been not yet reported? How quickly do the Dolphins want to move? It's a competitive situation. There are a lot of openings. And Dable and Quinn in particular and McDaniel as well, very popular candidate. So if you want one of those guys, you might have to move relatively quickly.
Yeah, I'm certainly. I don't look at those McDaniels and those kind of those young guys that have never done it. I don't even know if they can build a staff. It's kind of like, are you going to keep making the same mistakes over and over again? You've hired coaches that can build staffs. Are you going to keep doing that? You've hired coaches that have never done it. Are you going to keep doing that? You know what I mean? And for the knock on the retread, well, you really haven't gone down that path that much. So maybe you're better off going in that direction because you got a front office that knows what they're doing. I think overall drafting, just get a coach that can coach the players and develop a staff. How do you see it? We
both like Brian Dable,
right?
But we do wonder, since he hasn't been a head coach, what kind of a staff would he plan to assemble? One advantage might be retaining some Dolphins defensive coaches, so that's good. And then if he's going to call the plays on offense, maybe it's not as big a concern. But at least Dan Quinn has put together a staff. Leslie Frazier has been a head coach, right?
Yep. Head coach
Joseph
and
has been a head coach. So, I think that's one of the things that Stephen Ross and Chris Greer and Tom Garfinkel might really be drilling down on in these interviews more than even in the past. Like, okay, what is your plan? Are you sure you have this guy lined up as your defensive coordinator? How do you feel about keeping a Josh Boyer or Gerald Alexander? I think, when you look at the list, it's not like superstar names that jump out at you. There's no Jim Harbaugh on that list. There's no Nick Saban on that list. And, that might be okay. Not a lot of people knew about, Sean McVay before he was hired, or Matt LaFleur. Those were hot shots. Adam Gase was a hot shot. I guess McDaniel would be kind of the hot shot. Thomas Brown as a fast riser in the industry. It was a little too early for him. I don't know. I was doing some research on the former Miami offensive coordinator, Thomas Brown, the running back. He's like the same age as McVay and the guy that the Chargers hired. So I don't know. Maybe it's a little early for him. Maybe.
I wouldn't make the same mistake of going after those young coordinators that haven't done it, and we don't even know if they can build a staff. I'd rather go, with the older guy at this point, because you've got already a base of talent that, you want to kind of take advantage of those guys and not watch them get old in front of you because you keep screwing up, above those guys. Because that's the one thing in the last 25 years. You watched, Madison Sertan and Taylor and Zach and Tim Bowens get old. And then we watched Rashad Jones and Cam Wake and, I don't know, Soliai and, I don't know, other guys that they had on this team and that were pretty good players, and they got old and they never really enjoyed a lot of success. And that's the part that's kind of sucked, is that they've watched a couple of waves of pretty good defenses during the last 25 years come and go because you can't figure out the coaching and the offense.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the offensive side of the ball would be the way to go if you can. I wanted to call attention to an article that I posted on the Palm Beach Post website that you can find, Big O, and I want to get your take on it. It's about the top 10 hits and top 10 misses of Chris Grier's regime as general manager. And I clearly explain in there that Mike Tannenbaum had a large part, especially in free agent decisions between 2016 and 2018, and Adam Gase and Brian Flores obviously had a heavy hand in a lot of decisions. But I wanted to talk to you about free agency in particular. When I tried to include not just draft picks, but also free agents who worked out and didn't work out over the last 6 years. And Big O, I was just disgusted at the list of names that the Dolphins have signed as free agents in the last 6 years and how almost none of them worked out. Listen to this list, and it's going back to 2016, and a lot of these guys are older guys. Mario Williams, Arian Foster, Andre Branch, Lawrence Timmons, Josh Sitton, Danny Amendola, Jordan Howard, Shaq Lawson, Eric Flowers, Kyle Van Noy, Will Fuller. There are just so many guys on there that never should have been signed. It's ironic that three of them are Texans, right? Mario Williams, Arian Foster were obviously washed. Will Fuller was just, didn't want to play. But I guess my question to you is this. Do you have a concern about this? And it's mentioned in my article, the fact that Chris Grier is under extreme pressure now. The Dolphins haven't advanced to the playoffs in 5 straight years. They chose him and didn't keep the coach. Are you worried that Grier might go a little bit off of what he would prefer to do, which is sign guys who are like 24 to 27 and add more of those Tannenbaum type guys that are 30 to 33 that maybe are past their prime? In other words, try to take a shortcut instead of going with the sustainable success plan.
No, only on the O-line he might do that, because you got young guys that you might need a bridge to get to those young guys. So if you can get a serviceable old veteran lineman that you can get a year or two out of, because you still think you might be a year or two away from developing whoever, Solomon Kinley or whatever, then yeah, I can see that. Outside of that, I don't expect them to go old in some of the areas. And then when I read your article, the only thing I differ with you on all of this is I don't judge Grier before the last 3 years, because I don't know what he really had control under and or whatever.
But if you ask him, he'll tell you it was his show. And here's the thing. Some folks say, well, it's unfair. You know him to point fingers? No. But some folks say, look, it's unfair that you say that he shouldn't have signed Mario Williams and Arian Foster. And maybe that's true. But in that same year, 2016, the Dolphins drafted the number 1 and 2 guys on my list, Xavier Howard and Laramie Tunsil. Yeah. So you can't say, oh, well, let's give Chris Grier credit.
I'm not giving him any credit.
So he doesn't get credit for the Laramie Tunsil draft pick.
I'm only judging him for these 3 years because he's in charge of these 3 years.
Well, the problem is
completely in charge. I can't.
So then you don't give him credit for
like crazy.
Minkah Fitzpatrick was drafted in 2018. Are you going to say that shouldn't be on Chris Grier's resume?
No, I'm only going to chart his first 3 years.
So he loses his best 3 draft picks. Xavier Howard, Laramie Tunsil, and Minkah Fitzpatrick all drafted when Mike Tannenbaum and Adam Gase were in the organization.
That's fine. Because I don't know who to credit and who to give blame. See, you're conveniently using the article to blame a guy that you don't know if he actually chose or didn't choose the players. So you should have done an article over the last 3 years.
Well, all right. Let's talk
Completely
about
in charge. And then you can do the hits and the misses. And then that's fair because it's all under Greer, even though obviously the other guy had influence, but this is his decision. And the other one, he did not have the power. Here, even if Flo made the bad decisions, it was his decision to put Flo in position to make those bad decisions.
So what should Chris Greer have done when Brian Flores said, "I'm done with Eric Flowers. I can't win with this guy. He's a stiff.
He should do what he needs to do now.
$17 million.
He should have told.
An under-discussed thing. Let's talk about mismanagement.
Big time.
$17 million.
Big time.
For 1 year to X Flowers.
Hey, that's Kyle Van Noy. That's Kyle Van Noy too. He didn't want Kyle Van Noy after
$15 million, 1 year.
And then they had to take
Shaq
the
Lawson,
hit.
1 year, $13.5 million. Add that up. I mean, that's 30.
And by the way, wait a minute. The Shaq Lawson one, I did have a little beef with you on that.
$45 million for those three guys for
on
1
the Shaq
year.
Lawson one, didn't they get production out of him for the year they got him?
Yeah, but it turned out that Flo was right. He was washed because they traded him to the Texans. He couldn't play. They traded him to the Jets. He couldn't play. He's done. He's not the guy who was in college.
But they got production out. They got production out of him.
Who?
Just Miami. The 1 year he played, he was productive.
Well, they traded. Who executed the trade for Benardrick McKinney?
That's all. Who knows who wanted what, and if Flo pushed and made changes and all that. That's why I'm saying you judge Greer on the last 3 years. He screwed up with the head coach. He screwed up giving the coach too much power. So now he put himself in a really difficult position. Now he's got to get the coach right. But this time around, don't give him power. This time the coach can suggest. Don't give him the power where he can screw you over, where you desperately need Eric Flowers, and he's forcing you to trade Eric Flowers away. He wanted you to acquire Kyle Van Noy, and now he wants you to get rid of Kyle Van Noy. This is why you screwed up.
Most coaches have control of the 53-man roster, correct?
Yeah, yes. But the personnel guy can say, no, you're coaching him. He's better than the guy you want. And that's what Greer needed to say to Flo a lot of times. Say, no. Eric Flowers is staying. He's your best left guard.
If you don't want to play him, don't play him, but he's staying on the roster.
Right, exactly. That's what he should have done, and that's what he needs to do with the next head coach. Because if he doesn't do that, Joe, then Marvin, Reggie, and Chris will all get fired next year. I've seen this story before. So you already made the mistake. It's been made with Gase. You made it with Flo. Don't make it again. The next guy doesn't get to cook the groceries. He only gets to cook them, not chop.
Here's a concern, okay? Everyone is saying, man, this is Chris Greer's time to shine, right? Everyone's gone. Tannenbaum's gone. Gase is gone. Flores is gone. He needs to be more assertive. He needs to be an alpha male. He needs to assert his strength. You kind of are who you are, you know. Chris Greer is an agreeable guy, and it's not like he's new. He's been around for 20 years. And by the way, when are we going to hear from Chris Greer? Like, let's talk to. I know he's got a coaching search to run here, but you know,
what's he gonna answer now? At this point, you're just going to grill him?
He's got a coaching search to run, so I'll give him a little slack. Obviously, as soon as it ends, we need to hear from Chris Greer. But it would have been, I guess what I'm saying is it would have been nice to hear from Chris the same day we heard from Mr. Ross, or maybe the next day, so that he could set the tone for the coaching search. Ross didn't answer questions about what they're looking for in a coach, you know, how the organization is going to change. In reading some old articles, Big O, I have some concern about this. At certain points in past Chris Greer press conferences, he's referred to the dysfunction of the organization being over. Well, why didn't it end? Why didn't the dysfunction end?
Because you ended up hiring a dysfunctional person, and you screwed up. It's pretty simple. I mean, it's not difficult math, dude. You hired the wrong dude. You hired a person that doesn't know how to get along with other people.
Does it surprise you that the Bears and the Giants and the Texans are salivating at the prospect of hiring Flores? I'm just saying, when you look at these free agents, there are a lot of free agents.
Dude, you just said Bears.
Never played again.
You just said Bears, Giants, and who else? Texans?
Yeah.
What are those franchises?
Oh,
they're
a lot
garbage.
Of franchises that have a lot of
no, Joe, they're garbage. Just like
the Bears
Jets.
and the Giants are historic
just like the
organizations.
Jets. But they're stupid organizations as of late. And they would do stupid things like you saw what happened with Adam Gase in Miami, but yet you still hire him. You see what's going on with Flo here in Miami, but you're still going to hire him. And what I would say to you, Joe, because this is what I love how you and other media members are spinning this across the country. Oh, Flo's this great guy. So let me ask you, Joe, what head coach from the Miami Dolphins ever had success after they left here, Joe? Because all of a sudden, you and other media members are trying to make it sound like Flo is some catch. Flo's not a catch, dude. And neither was Gase, and neither was Sperano, and neither was Cam Cameron, and neither was Jimmy Johnson, and neither was Dave Wanstead. They all left Miami, and they all went back in their merry way, and they sucked forever.
So let me ask you this.
I don't know why Flo all of a sudden is any different than the garbage they've had here for 25 years. So this place is not dysfunctional as everybody makes it out to be, because Dennis Hickey is still succeeding like crazy in Buffalo. Jeff Ireland succeeded in New Orleans. Rick Spielman did a hell of a job in Minnesota until he got fired. He just couldn't figure out the quarterback spot, but he did a good job. I got to give him credit on offense and defense. He built up some pretty good units. So the dysfunction is you got to stop hiring dysfunctional people. That's the problem here. You hired a dysfunctional.
Wait, can I say something? I know.
Go ahead.
That is your show. Your name is on the show. Do you think that Brian Flores has a better chance in his second chance to succeed than Adam Gase?
No.
You don't think he? I disagree with that. I think Flores has a better chance. I did not think that Gase had a chance to succeed in his second chance. Came too quickly.
So what would make you think that? All the challenges he won? What would make you think that he stuck with Austin Jackson at left tackle?
Well,
what would make
they
you think
moved off of Austin pretty quickly.
What would make you think he'd be successful? Because he thought he was going to win with Jacoby Brissett, bro? Please set me the examples, Joe, that say he's going to win. I'd love to hear him. Please break it down for me. Why is he going to be a winner in Chicago or anywhere else? Love to hear this.
I can't believe I'm being put in the position to be a Brian Flores defender. I didn't think he was very. I didn't think he was a very nice guy. But since you're putting me in this position to defend Brian Flores,
bring it on. Bring it on.
What does he bring? He brings toughness, discipline, and structure. Now, penalties went down, discipline increased. All right. So I'm worried that maybe the organization could take a step back in those areas. Now, that doesn't mean that he should have been the head coach or that he figured out the offensive plan or that he managed his players and spoke with them, including his quarterback, in the best way possible.
Or that he could never find a coach.
I think that, your disdain for Brian Flores maybe goes a little too far.
Aren't the facts that he brought in Jacoby Brissett and thought he could win with it? Aren't the facts that he kept Austin Jackson at left tackle, and he could have kept the Washington guy for left guard and could have kept Austin Jackson on the bench? I mean, isn't this the guy that couldn't win any challenges? Isn't this the guy that changes offensive line coaches every year and put the three stooges at quarterbacks coach? Dude, it's not I have a disdain for him. It's just he's a joke. And it's obvious that he's a freaking joke. And I don't know how you don't see that he's a freaking joke. And to tell me that he's going to be this great guy in the next stop, where's the examples? Because I
don't think I said he's going to be a great guy in the next stop. I just said.
Well, you think he's going to be successful?
It wouldn't be surprising to me if he does a better job given a second chance. And you're obviously hoping that if the Dolphins bring in a coach for a second chance, whether it's a Jim Caldwell or Doug Peterson, who we have not heard mentioned as formal candidates interviewing, that they would do a better job in their second chance.
Yeah, but what I like is you've kind of made your mind up. Like you did this with two already, and today you kind of said, "Well, I'm afraid that the Dolphins are going to take a step back in discipline. They haven't even hired anybody. He might be even better than Flo in discipline. Your team might be better. You might win your challenges. Maybe you'll have a more consistent offensive line. Maybe you'll have a better QB coach. Maybe you'll have a better offensive coordinator. There's a lot of things that could get better actually for the Dolphins. But
I hope so.
But you didn't start that way. You started with, well, I'm afraid they're going to take a step back. Well, why would you be afraid of anything? We don't even know where we're going yet. If we had, some fool coaching, then I'm with you. Oh man, looks like this doesn't look like a good situation, but we don't even know who the coach is. And you're already thinking that they're going to take a step back. That doesn't make any sense, Joe. Right?
You asked me what I thought Flores brought to the table, essentially, and what I told you was penalties went down, discipline, structure, organization, toughness. I think that those are strengths of Flores. Do I know everything that happened behind the scenes that led to the dismissal? No. But we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. Look,
we could say for Flores, slow starts are norm, and we could say the last 2 years when you needed a win at the end, you couldn't get it done either to get in. So these are things also I could say about.
I don't want to spend too much more time talking about Brian Flores. It really doesn't matter. You're right. He's gone. It's more important to focus on where we go from here.
No, you're right. I'm with you there. But again, it's just I love the picture that's being painted like he's this Picasso. And it couldn't be further from the truth when you look at everything that went on here. He's the reason why they're not in the playoffs. Not the reason why you went 7-0. He's the reason why you're not in the playoffs. That's why they fired him. Because they know that he buried them at 1-7 right from the get-go. So
we obviously know where you stand on Brian Flores. You don't think he's a good coach. You think he was the problem.
Yes.
And we know where you stand on Tua Tagovailoa. You think he is a future Hall of Famer, certainly a multi-time Pro Bowler, an All-Pro. You think so? We know where we stand.
And by the way, the Flores thing I was saying that 3 months ago. It wasn't like now or anything like that. So I'm not a fly-by-nighter. I was saying in the middle of the win streak, I was saying he needed to get fired because I knew what was going on behind the scenes, overall. So hopefully they fix these issues. But if they give the next guy power, Joe, and that guy doesn't have the magic touch, you know what's going to happen. You're going to be writing next year that everybody's gone, and they're going to start all over again. I've seen this story before.
Well, that's why I'm a little concerned about this. It's not ideal, but it's true that it's kind of like Tua's last chance. It's not ideal, but it's true that it's kind of like Greer's last chance. That's never ideal. That's never ideal. It's not the ideal setup, which is why I had some concerns. It's legitimate.
Those are legitimate. It's not legitimate to say, well, I think they're going to take a step back, and we don't even know who's going to coach yet. But those concerns you have are super legitimate.
I think it's important that you not put words in my mouth. I didn't say that the Dolphins are going to take a step back. I said that I would be worried about if the Dolphins will take a step back.
Well, let's wait till Barney Rubble's coaching them. Then we can worry. What are you working on?
The Dolphins coaching search to be over within the next 10 days. I would like the head coach press conference to occur before the Senior Bowl. If you can get that done, I'd appreciate it.
It won't. It's going to drag on past the Senior Bowl. Yeah, playoffs. Yeah, it's going to drag on.
Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, but Bills are alive, bro. So the Bills are dead.
Well, you can choose Dable and have him.
Yeah, but I think
in the AFC Championship game as your future head coach.
I'm hearing it may end up dragging past the Senior Bowl, probably.
Gotcha.
All right, what are you working on the Palm Beach Post? So folks can check you out and subscribe, damn it. All right, folks, subscribe. Support Joe. All right, go ahead. What do you got?
Well, I posted that article evaluating Chris Grier's 6 years as general manager. He is, in fact, the general manager for the last 6 years. So check that out. In all honesty, I want to get your guys' feedback on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram about what I got right, what I got wrong, who was the worst decision, where I'm off. So let me know.
He's right. He was in charge for 6 years. Now, technically the other 3, but he's right. That was the label. Follow him on Twitter as Shad Joe and catch his work there at the Palm Beach Post like I do every single day. Read Joe and Hal. And Tom D'Angelo, another ass kicker there. All right, you be good, brother. We'll talk next week.
All right.
You got it. The great Joe Shad. I love it. All right. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Top of the hour. Let's get ready for hour number 3. Right here on the program. We'll be joined by Michelle Kaufman around 12:10, 12:15. We'll go over Joe's comments when we come back right here on the Big O Radio Show.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A-plus rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. Ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, 0 transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, hour number 3, baby. Few minutes, Michelle Kaufman will be joining us. As always, appreciate Michelle. She does a great job covering Inter Miami. We thank Joe Shad. He was awesome as always today. Good banter going back and forth. I love it. I love it. I love it. And not going to agree on stuff because, that's just the way it is. The American Dream Lending billboard. Nice. Very nice, Sean. I love this new look with some of these billboards, man. They're looking great. Anyway, so I just, for me, I just have a hard time blaming somebody or crediting somebody when I don't know really exactly who's in charge. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I kind of told people, look, what's fair is to, actually treat or judge him for his first 3 years. And guess what? Some of you will be satisfied. Some of you will be unsatisfied, and that's just the way it is. But there's no doubt. I mean, the writing's on the wall, dude. They've got to nail this coach now. They've got to get it right because Ross is not going to keep people around if they can't get it right. He'll eventually get rid of you. He gives you your opportunity, right? He, had patience with all the other guys except for Cam. They got rid of Cam right away, which they had to get rid of Cam right away. But outside of that, they've hung on with everybody else. Okay, well, you're in charge, all right? So it didn't work out with the coach. Obviously, the owner must have had his firsthand experiences. That's the other thing that I love. They say, well, he lives in New York. He's never here and this and that. Dude, don't you think he had exchanges with Flo? It's 3 years. Don't you think he was in town? Don't you think they had phone calls? Don't you think they... Of course there was some exchanges. Of course there were some demands. Of course there was some kind of talk that got out of control a little bit. You got fired. Something must have happened. But I just would rather judge him by these 3 years. Okay? I think that's what's fair because these are his decisions now. All the way through. Now, what you don't want is to continue to give a coach the kind of power that will muddle your decisions, which is what's happened these 3 years. So you've kind of learned, don't do that. So let's see. Hopefully he doesn't make that mistake again. Fred chimes in. Thank you, sir. A little love on the super chat. He says, love the show. Agree with everything you say. Keep up the good work. Damn. So it's boring between you and me. We agree all the time. Let's see. Sam says, I have listened to Big O for a long time, and he is by far the most educated when it comes to the Dolphins. Joe seems like a great guy. He is a great guy, by the way. Joe is awesome. But he seems to be asking more questions than answering. Well, because that's kind of his job too, as a reporter. It's like, oh, what? Well, I'm concerned. Like what he did with me, like, oh, I'm concerned the Dolphins are going to lack discipline moving forward. Now I'm like, well, how can we be? We don't know who's taking over. Might be a better coach. And last time I checked, by the way, I don't think Flo was very disciplined himself because he couldn't keep his cool. D. Mao says, oh, I'm not a Tua fan since Alabama, but it does make sense to build around him. The same scenario with Breeze and Rivers. And if Tua does well, you keep and trade another QB, vice versa. Thoughts? Boom. Look, dude, I think Tua can play in the right structure. Okay? And again, I'm not asking for anything. I'm just telling you, give him the structure that's in New Orleans. Give him the structure in Tennessee. Give him the structure with the Rams. Give him the structure like I'll mention different scenarios around the league. Just give him a decent team around him. An offensive line, a running game, and a coordinator. And an O-line coach, of course. Okay? Just give him that and let me see him succeed or fail so I can be convinced one way or the other. That's all. But I watched him at Alabama with real coaches, with a real line, with real talent, and he was perfect. So why can't he do that here? He's a really smart kid, a really accurate kid. His ball placement is exceptional. Anticipatory skills are elite. But you got to have some help. So that's all I'm asking. Just like I believe that's what this gentleman, D. Mao, is asking. All right, let's build around. Let's just see. Because nobody was going to succeed this year behind that. With no line, no running game, and receivers that are constantly out, and you're depending on a rookie to survive the entire time, nobody's going to survive that way. So let's see what happens, and then we can all find out, okay, and then I can say, hey, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I'm dead ass wrong. Tua can't get it done. He has the line, he has the coaching, the running game's there, let's go. Not getting it done. I'm wrong. And I can live with that. But I can't live watching this because I know nobody can succeed like that. And you can't succeed when your coach doesn't believe in you at all. I mean, I'm sorry. That's just, it makes it that much more impossible. So I'm with you, D-Mile. That's all, man. I just want an opportunity to watch the kid succeed or fail on an even level playing field. That's all. I don't think I'm asking for a ton, to be honest. Let's see. What else do we have? Mobile Mob Rule says, how many games did Flo win without Tua? None. Not one game won without Tua. Flo failed us while chasing the sex offender. Shame. His record with Tua was winning. His record without Tua was a losing record. Those are the facts. But whatever. Flo has serious issues if he stopped talking to his team in November. The best part is they won. He chose not to talk to them, and they went on a winning streak. He's in their ears, and they're 1-7. That's the part that people don't see in that story by Marcel. By the way, props to ESPN's Marcel Jacques-Louis, who's the one that got that nugget that Flo wasn't talking to his staff at all after Thanksgiving. They're like, great, he's not around. Let's go. We can win now. We can do what we want. That's the best part. Flo is in your ear and you're losing like dogs. All of a sudden, he stops talking to his coaches and they go off and win. It's great. It's fantastic. IT Respect says, why is it so hard for people to comprehend that? Just give the kid what Herbert and Burrow and Mac got given. Heck, give him what Hurts has protecting him. Yeah, I know, I'm with you. That's all. That's all I want. I just want a chance for him to succeed or fail. I don't want to see him just have no chance to succeed because that's where he's at right now. He's got no chance to succeed. That's all. I have no problem being wrong. I've been wrong 1,000 times. I'll be wrong 1,000 times more. No problem. We can move on. It's not going to change anything. I'm going to still be a Dolphins fan or a Heat fan or a Canes fan or a Marlins fan, whether I'm right or wrong about my team, my coaches, my players, a transaction, a trade, whatever. It doesn't matter. We're all going to be right and wrong about all of this. But I want to be wrong the right way, not wrong the wrong way, where he never had a chance, never had an opportunity. And really, if you judge him like this, you're not giving him. It's kind of like Joe Shad writing an article about a guy that really wasn't in control 3 years, 5, 6 years ago. Because we all know while Chris had the label, which Joe is right, he technically, we all know, with Adam Gase and Mike Tannenbaum around him, do you think he really made all the decisions? No. So since we don't know specifically, this was a Gase one, this was a Tannenbaum one, this was a Greer one, then I'm just going to wipe the slate clean and forget about it. Last 3 years on, this all is on Gase. So fix the coach so you can fix everything else on your team. That's it. Simple. It's hard, but that's the task. Get it done. All right, give me 30 seconds. Michelle Kaufman from the Miami Herald will join us next.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
All right, back. We are awaiting Michelle Kaufman. By the way, somebody's asking me there, who would I prefer, Harbaugh or Peterson? Obviously, Tiago, you haven't heard me talk about this. I would never hire Jim Harbaugh, ever. Ever. All right? Can't do it. Can't do it. Will not hire him at all. Okay? So I think he's more about kids. I think John Harbaugh is a leader of men, actually. That's what I think. But Jim, I think he's more made for kids. Marcel, thank you for a little love on the super chat. He says, Big O, to what's compared to Drew Brees. Drew Brees' career went totally upwards when he got with Sean Payton in New Orleans and an offensive genius. Exactly. And that's kind of what you need. All right, let's bring her aboard. Wait a minute. She's gotten up. All right. No, wait, she's coming back. All right, she's getting prepared. All right, Sean, we can bring her up. Here we go. Let's talk a little Inter Miami. Season right around the corner. Michelle Kaufman does an excellent job of covering Inter Miami on a daily basis for the Miami Herald. Follow her on Twitter at Kauf Sports. Good afternoon, Michelle. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? It's been a while.
Very good. Yes. Thank God we got the season here. But I loved your article because, it's kind of like, it's kind of a bait and switch almost in a way. We're talking about all these stars, all these big names, and now we're down to a whole bunch of young guys, which, listen, maybe Chris Henderson has a little Miami Heat touch, and he can find his own Duncan and Max Strus and Yurtseven and that kind of stuff on the pitch. That would be nice because there's all kinds of different young guys that they've picked up along the way, but it's year 3. This is when we're supposed to be talking about a team that maybe is built up to win a title right now, and that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, basically, to be honest, they're pretty much blowing up the team and starting over in year 3. It's almost like I'm calling it, Inter Miami 3.0. The first season, they had the first season. Then last year, they brought in Chris Henderson, they brought in Phil Neville, and they tinkered with the roster. But basically they kept the majority of the roster the same as the first year. This year, partly because they had to reduce their salary, their payroll because of fines for that stupid Blaise Matuidi deal that they made. They didn't make, but the previous regime made. Partly because of that, but also because the team was never Chris Henderson's or Phil's team. This team was the team that they inherited. And there were chemistry issues. There were some chemistry issues in the locker room. You know how those things happen in sports. And it was not their team. It was not the team of guys that Phil Neville wanted. It was not the team of guys that Chris Henderson wanted. They were trying to make it work, and it clearly didn't work. They did not make the playoffs in year 2. Having all those players they had, they did not make the playoffs. And the biggest salary, they had the biggest payroll in the whole league, and they did not make the playoffs. So in their minds, they needed a radical change. And, Phil Neville said we had to be brave. We had to make very tough decisions that people maybe were not going to like, but they felt that it's in the best interest of the club going forward. And, they got rid of, some big names. They got rid of Lewis Morgan. Leandro Gonzalez Perez is gone. Blaise Matuidi gone. Rodolfo Pizarro gone. Nico Figala's in negotiations to be gone. So a lot of McCoon gone. Christian McCoon, who was a young player who was coming along. Julian Carranza, he never really panned out. He was overpriced from the beginning.
I thought Volkun started to find his way a little bit on defense actually last year.
He was. That was actually, to be honest, from talking to the people inside, that was their toughest decision. One of the toughest decisions was him. Lewis Morgan was a big lot. They basically had to get rid of a few people that have value.
My favorite player, man. That's my favorite player.
I know, me too. People that have value. And, when they needed to get rid of some players, who are the players the other teams want? The good players and the players with value. So Christian McCoon is a young, talented guy who's on the Venezuelan national team. So he had value, and Lewis Morgan had value. Nobody was clamoring for Gonzalo Higuain at $6 million salary.
Of course not.
So they're left with him. I will tell you, I was there the other day, and I have my reservations, as everyone, about how he's going to be this year, whatever. He's definitely in shape. He's coming in much better shape than he was in last year's training camp. And he is highly motivated. And, Phil Neville said, and then Gonzalo repeated, he has lost his little buddy group. His guys are gone. His brother is now a coach at the academy, so his brother's not in the locker room with him. He hung out with the Argentine guys. The Argentine guys are gone. Okay, Carranza's gone. Pellegrini's gone, LGP is gone, and Nico Figala is about to be gone. It almost seems like they did like an Argentine purge, and then his brother retired, sort of a forced retirement. So he's now having to connect with everybody else on the team that he wasn't really connecting with that much last year. There was kind of a, Argentine group that stuck together. Right. That little clot has been broken up. That little clique is broken up. And now he's getting to know some of the other guys on the team, and his role this year is going to be to lead these young guys. And the young guys really do look up to him. They really do look up to him. All those young players, when you ask them, the new guys who have come in, every one of them mentions what an honor it is to meet Gonzalo Higuain and to watch him train and to watch what he does. And they're learning from him and this and that. So, Chris Henderson has had a very, very successful career in MLS with Seattle. They probably should have hired him in the first place from the beginning. He was the runner-up for the job. And from what I heard, he came in with binders full of ideas for the club. And they decided to go in another direction, went with Paul McDonough. But Chris is a super organized, very meticulous, very serious person. And one thing really stood out to me that Phil said the other day. Phil said at the press conference, we are no longer in this club, we are no longer signing players just because a friend of a friend said that the guy is good, or because an agent that we know is friends with somebody else's agent. They have a 7-step process now that they're doing with their scouting department, where they're watching every player play in a minimum of 20 to 30 games. They're doing all kinds of analytical. They have their analytics department doing career analytics of each guy and all this stuff. So they're vetting. They're doing a lot more vetting. And so the players that they've brought in, it still remains to be seen. Obviously, they haven't played 1 minute. It remains to be seen. What I can tell you is there is a plan in place, and Chris Henderson is as meticulous a person as you could meet. And he's not just going out there randomly plucking players because some agent in Argentina says this guy's good. He's not doing that. And the suggestion with that comment is that is how it was done before.
Yeah. It's a shame because they had an opportunity, and now they've kind of lost all that momentum from the beginning. And I wonder how people are going to respond in this town. Because you saw as season 2 wore on, less and less people were in the stands. So I'm hoping, and we're not very patient in this town. I know the crazies La Familia at the end. Those folks will be there no matter what. I get it. Maybe not as many actually will be there, but that's the one thing that they have lost a lot of their momentum now. On the stadium side, talk to us a little bit about what's going on with Miami Freedom Park, because you wrote a little bit about it. It looks like there is some progress being made there.
There is progress being made there. There's a 500-page lease agreement that has taken literally a year and a half to put together, because basically there are 5 commissioners. I'll sum it up this way. There are 5 commissioners. 4 of them have to say yes out of the 5. It has to be a 4 out of 5, not 3 out of 5. 4 out of 5.
And I thought they only had 3 soccer people on that board.
There's one, and then there's Manolo Reyes has already said that he's a no for life. He's already said that he will not come around no matter what. So basically, they have to get 4 out of 4. The other 4, if Manolo Reyes really sticks with that he is not voting for this Miami Freedom Park no matter what, they need to get the other 4 to be on board. In order to do that, they have been negotiating this contract, this lease agreement, to include all of the things that will placate those 4 commissioners. What is it that they want? What is it will make them vote yes? You know, one commissioner says they have to have a $15 minimum wage for everyone who works there. Okay, they put that in there. They want parks, whatever space they're going to use for concrete buildings there. They want that amount of space being made parks, other parts in the city. They've agreed to that. So they've made a lot of concessions. They've been doing a lot of negotiating for the last year and a half to try to come up with a lease agreement that the commission will be in favor of and will vote yes to. The vote is supposed to be coming up now in February, in the next few weeks. They have the 500-page lease agreement is there. It's available. The Miami Herald has it in hand. We are evaluating it with our staff. It's a very thick document. And, if the city agrees, if the commission agrees to vote yes on this lease agreement, then they can start moving forward. What they have to do is the environmental cleanup, this and that. Jorge Mas told me for the story that I wrote, for the column I wrote, that he would hope that if it passes, that he thinks it will, he's optimistic, that they could put a shovel in the ground in the fall. That would be his dream. Shovel in the ground in the fall and have the thing built in late 24, which means they're playing this year in Fort Lauderdale. They're playing next year in Fort Lauderdale. And to be honest, maybe 24, Fort Lauderdale, depending.
I'm going to run something by you. Somebody that told me about this, and I was shocked because I'm one of those that I believe Moss will get it done and get it forward. But gentleman told me that it's never going to happen. And he also told me that all the judges play there and they're going to do their best not to make sure that it doesn't happen, so the judges can keep their course. Because apparently a lot of the Dade County judges play at that course. That's what I'm told. I don't know how true this is, but apparently the judges are personally taking this thing, and I don't know how much they can influence or whatever with the commissioners and the vote and all that stuff. I know that
Miami. It's Miami.
I know that's why I think that Moss will get it done. But I heard that 3 out of the 5 were soccer people. So who's that 4th one? Because you already mentioned one that's out. Who's that other one that could be teetering? Do you know the specific name?
Well, no, it's not about soccer or not. It's really not about soccer people. I don't really think that that's the point. I think it's people who agree with the plan and would be amenable to the plan. And no, the new one is there's a new commissioner who was just voted in. I think her name is Christine King. So she's not on one side or the other. She's a new commissioner. I don't think she's pro or con. I think all of these commissioners, at the end of the day, they want to get reelected. It's politics. They want to get reelected and they want to do what is best for their constituents so all of them want to promise their constituents that, that they're going to get X, Y, or Z, or that this is not going to happen, or this is going to happen if they have this park.
It's enhancing our community in this way.
In this way. So, right. If you're the commissioner that's in this district, how is that park going to be able to help your district? That is what this 500-page document is. It is the Inter Miami ownership group saying, and Jorge Mas family saying, if this park is built, this is how it will help your district. This is how it will help your district. Yes, we're going to have $15 minimum wage. We're going to build parks. We're going to do this. We're going to make sure that the people who are hired are from the neighborhood, this, that, or the other. There are a lot of things. It's a very, very dense document, trying to get this thing through and trying to make it be something that the commissioners would be in favor of. The commissioners are the ones who have the vote on this. The public voted. The public voted yes. The public voted yes to give them the opportunity to have this no bid thing, whatever. They voted yes. But now the commission has to say, yes, we think this is a good idea to give a 99-year lease of public land to this group. And here's why. We think it's a good idea because they're going to, in addition to have a stadium, they're going to do this, 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 500 pages worth of what's going to happen. So this is all taking place right now. Right now, as we speak, during these weeks and days, the commissioners are being briefed on the document. Each commissioner, one by one, will be briefed by the city manager and the mayor on this document and saying, here's the document. Here it is, 500 pages. Please go through it. What are your concerns? Whatever. That's what's going on now, the conversations with the commissioners. And, and still, even if it goes through, and even if they were to somehow get a shovel in the ground in the fall, Jorge himself said, that is a 2-year build. That is a two-year construction. So we're talking about the end of 24. And, the season is March to October, March to November. So we're talking about this season in Fort Lauderdale, next season, 23, and probably 24. These next 3 years are probably going to be in Fort Lauderdale, to be honest.
And with delays all over the world for anything that you order nowadays and steel and everything else, I don't know. It might even be more delayed.
Yeah, I'm sure one of their goalposts that they probably have in mind is the World Cup, the 2026 World Cup.
Right.
That would not be a big enough venue to host World Cup games. But I still think that somehow they want to parlay the World Cup into having their new stadium and all that stuff, the soccer excitement that'll be.
They might be able to host what's it called? Qualifiers. That's what they may be able to do.
Yeah.
Leading up to that. All right. Before I let you go, playoff team or not playoff team? What do you think? It's so I'm gonna go out on a limb. I have no idea. I will preface this by saying I have seen one practice, 45 minutes. That is the sum total. And some of the guys are not even in yet. So I haven't even seen, Gene Multa, who's supposed to be their best signing right now. He's not even here yet. Right.
So I haven't even seen him. And then there are still 2 pieces apparently that they are trying to sign, 2 more pieces that Chris Henderson said that the puzzle still has a couple of pieces missing that they would like to get done. They'd like to get it done before the season. One of them may have to wait till the summer. So I don't know what this team is really going to look like. I cannot even tell you what the starting lineup will look like. I have no idea. I am going to go on a limb and say that they will make the playoffs. I'm only saying it because Chris Henderson and Phil Neville have to. I believe that the team has to make the playoffs this year because if they don't, they will be deemed a complete failure if 3 years in a row.
Oh, that's not fair to Chris Henderson.
Okay.
Now, I think we can make more of a judgment on Neville this year, watching him coach these players and see what he can get out of them.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's a little.
It's a longer build. It's a longer build.
Yeah, I got to give Henderson way more time, dude, before I judge him. I got to give him 2 more years, to be honest.
Right, but I'm talking about the fans. I think if they don't, I feel like if they don't, I'm not saying fair or not fair to Chris Henderson. I have faith in Chris Henderson. I do.
I do too.
I have faith in Chris Henderson, and I saw what he did in Seattle, and he's one of the most respected executives in this whole league. Anyone you talk to, and you mention the word Chris Henderson, they're like, oh my God, Chris Henderson.
Neville is still the unknown. Neville is the unknown for me. That's the guy that I'm measuring this year a little bit more.
Right.
I need to see him, like I watch Spo all the freaking time get max out of everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't care who you are. If you just signed a 10-day contract, you're going to play your best basketball when you put on that uniform. I need to see that from Phil Neville. I don't even need the playoffs, but I need to see that you can develop guys, that you can see some structure, some continuity, some chemistry out there. I need to see you do that. I need to see that you developed an identity with this team by mid-year. I don't want to see formation changes and all kinds of changes and constantly not being able to put out, the same lineup and all those things. That's how I'm going to measure Phil Neville this year. But Chris, I got to give him more time. I got to be a little fair with him, right?
Yeah, we'll see. I just think the fans, if they have another bad year and don't make the playoffs 2 years in a row and lost in the first round the first year, which was an extended playoff, so they really did not finish in the top 7.
Yeah.
So the truth is, if they don't finish top 7 this year, that will mean that the first 3 years they did not finish in the playoffs. I think the fans will be extremely disappointed, and it will be hard to energize them. They need to get energized this season. And these names, like I mentioned in my column today, I raised my hand. I was one of the ones who said they have to have big names. They have to have at least a few big names. And you know what?
Great point in your article.
Now I'm saying maybe not. I put in my column today, all the top scorers in the league last season were guys who came from nowhere, who came from a tiny club, in Uruguay, a second division club, who came from Norway, who came from the Danish league. The guy in Nashville came from the Danish league, Mukhtar. These are not world beaters. These are not World Cup. Blaise Matuidi is the French World Cup winner. And what did he, how much did he contribute? So I'm not going by resume anymore. I'm really not going by resume anymore. I think in this league, that's not really the way to win. I've kind of come to that conclusion.
I didn't realize that until I read your article. And then I went, wow, that's right. It's true. You know what I mean? So then I started going, well, maybe Henderson can find, the
next Mukhtar, the next Camera, the next Mukhtar, the next Castellano, whatever. These were not big stars coming in. None of them were World Cup winners. None of them had big clubs behind their name. And yet those teams are winning. And at the end of the day, names or no names, the fans want a winning team. And they want them to win however they can. And if it means bringing a bunch of guys we've never heard of and we get to know who they are, that's fine. I'm up for that this year. So
I'm with you there. No, I mean, I just want them to win. I don't care who they are. I don't need a big name. Look, the town is going crazy because you're not playing Yurtseven.
Right.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
So that's how we're going to be as fans, dude. Mac Hollins, all year long, I was screaming at the top of my lungs, Flo, what the hell are you doing? Play Mac Hollins. All he does is make plays. So you perform, we love you.
Right.
We become your fan. You know what I'm saying? So a Breck Shea, we know he's not the most talented guy.
But he's super popular. Yes.
We love him because the effort is always there. The guy is trying. The guy is a big man in the box, and he finds a way. He actually scores some goals. So Breck Shea becomes kind of a lovable character for us. You know what I mean? So
exactly.
I think they have a chance if they're these underdogs come from nowhere.
And we didn't know who Lewis Morgan was either, but I'd never heard of Lewis Morgan in my life when he got here. And he turned out to be the MVP, literally was voted MVP the first season. We had no idea who he was. Now we're like, oh my God, how can they get rid of Lewis Morgan? 2 years ago, we didn't know who Lewis Morgan was. That's how sports is. We have very short memories.
Amen to that. Follow her on Twitter at Koff Sports. More importantly, catch her work there at the Miami Herald, as always. Michelle, thank you. Appreciate you.
Sure, good to see you again.
Yes. The season starts. We'll talk Inter here. This platform will talk soccer. Okay.
Thank you. And we can talk UM basketball too next time.
That's right. It was a nice little win yesterday, man.
For sure.
That was a lot. He's such a good coach. God,
he's a really good coach. Yep.
So good. One of the best we've ever had in this town, man.
Yes, agreed.
Really. He goes right up there with Ron Frazier, man, and UM lore. He's just, I get it. He doesn't have the championships, but he's special, man. He's a wizard in his own way.
Yes, he is. He's beaten Duke and Carolina in the last 2 weeks in Syracuse. So, these are big time programs and Miami's beating them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Michelle, as always, thank you. Appreciate you.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Good
to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you. There you go. The great Michelle Kaufman from the Miami Herald. And yeah, that's a hell of an accomplishment. McGusty yesterday had 20 points and 10 rebounds and 4 steals. And it was fun. Even though I'm not I'm not the biggest college basketball fan anymore, as I will admit to you all out there that, I've lost a little a little luster for college basketball. Don Davis, thank you, sir. He says from Rockwell, thanks for all you do, and I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for chiming in a little love on Venmo, man. I appreciate you immensely, okay? I think there was another one. Was there another one while we were on? Marcel Beauville. I think I did read that one compared to Drew Brees. Yes, I did. So there you go, Marcel. Thank you very much. All right, give me 30 seconds, folks. 30 seconds, and we continue the program right here on the Big O Radio Show.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
All right, we are back. There we are. And there he is. Oh, I see Officer Perez there and Officer Norito. There we go. We got two officers in. As we tell you, the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, a proud sponsor of our program here. We got to get that. We got to get that Inter logo out there, Sean. We got that on the top right side there. But anyway, Officer Joe Norito is joining us today from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, along with Officer Perez. You see, they've got the camera. They're moving around. And Officer Norito, by the way, was in the Dodgers organization. So I would imagine that, Norito, you were kind of celebrating the Dodgers win. Did that make you a permanent Dodgers fan?
Well, I was excited
afternoon.
that they won in 2020, so that was good to see. I was teammates with Kershaw in 2007 when we were in AA, so it was good to see him win one. And I remember Jansen, he's a closer now. He used to be a catcher, so they converted him into a pitcher, and I think he did pretty good after that.
Yeah. I think he figured out his calling now.
Yeah.
And with all of that. That's pretty cool, man. And again, afternoon, Officer Norito. Thank you for joining us here from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. And remember, flpdjobs.com. They're hiring certified and uncertified police officers. So if you're unhappy where you're at and they're not treating officers right, like they, New York, Chicago, Portland, Seattle, there are certain places, that you might want to move on down to the Sunshine State and join the Fort Lauderdale Police Force. By the way, you also played for Nova, right? So you got a little, so you're a Nova boy that ended up going to the minors, at least. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I was at Nova Southeastern. I got drafted in the 48th round in 2004 from there. And then I made my way up to AA with the Dodgers. And then I ended up hooking up with the Nationals in 2008, made it up to AAA. And then also, I'm Italian, so I have an Italian passport. I played over in Italy with the Italian national team also.
Oh, that's cool. All right.
Yeah.
By the way, being in the minors, all right, Officer Norito, walk us through what is like a rough day in the minors. Because we hear about the bus trips and we hear about, the hotels aren't like 4-star hotels and all this kind of stuff. So walk us through a rough day in the minors.
The best way to explain it is it's a grind. So you get to the yard like 3:00, you do your workout, you do your pregame, you get ready for the game. Then usually the game's around 7:00. Play the game. After that, get to go out, get to hang out a little bit, probably sleep in till like, noon. You wake up. It's every day. It's a grind. It's almost like Groundhog's Day sometimes.
And what's what's like the weirdest situation you were put in the minors, whether we're talking about the hotel, the bathroom, whatever situation that you were in, that you were like, damn, dude, this is a rough go.
So we did like a 12-hour trip. It was in AA. We get to the hotel. I won't name the hotel. It was like 3 a.m. It was me and one of our catchers. We get in bed, trying to sleep, and he's next to me in his bed. He's like, dude, like something's crawling on me. So we turn the lights on, and we both have bed bugs in our bed.
Oh.
This guy's flipping the bed. You got palmettos flying on the wall, like. So we call up the manager, and he's like, yeah, we have no rooms in to send you guys, so you're pretty much stuck with this.
Oh,
so
God.
We're literally curled up in a corner in the room, like on a towel, trying to sleep and try to get through the situation.
Oh, yeah, because you don't want to go back on that bed.
No.
So what? They're like crawling right through the foam and biting you. Is that what it is?
They had a nest like under the sheet in the mattress.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yes.
Oh, that's nasty. You couldn't even bother some of your other guys to go sleep in their beds at least. Like usually, the beds are good enough to 2 guys to sleep on each end.
Yeah,
No?
but I mean, we would have rather slept on the bus at that point. But we had to leave in a few hours, so we're like, look, let's just try to get some sleep, get on the bus, and go to the yard after that.
Oh God! Oh, how'd you do that day?
He was like, I think he got hives. Like he had a bad night. I didn't think I pitched next day. I don't remember pitching, but that was a night I remember that was tough.
Man, see, there you go. That's how you earn your stripes, man.
Yeah.
That is crazy stuff. Officer Joe Narito joining us from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. Remember, they are hiring, flpdjobs.com. So Officer Narito, talk to us a little bit about the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. And I know they're hiring now. So if we got people watching the show all over the country and, folks watching in town, and maybe they're thinking about joining the force and joining you guys to service the community and protect and serve us. So talk to us a little bit about the Fort Lauderdale Police Department.
So we're hiring certified, non-certified, and also detention officers. We do have a jail here. We have like a few people in there to help us out, get us back out to the road quicker. You did mention these other cities where it's probably 0 degrees and snow and it's sunny here every day.
That they're mistreating our officers, and that too. All right, but go ahead. Yes,
it's sunny here every day. It's probably 70 degrees right now. There's no snow. It does rain. We do get hurricanes, but I would take that over snow in the cold anytime.
Every day.
We got good pay. We got good benefits. Fort Lauderdale, we're the biggest city in Broward County. What we do offer the most out of anybody else are opportunities here. We have so many different units. It's just, as compared to everybody else, I think that's the best what we offer is opportunities here.
Yeah, and one of the things I saw when I was there is the camaraderie. It's like I see a lot of people. I saw a lot of smiling faces when I walked into the building. So it looks like a lot of you like each other and you get along well, and there's a lot of communication, because that's kind of the sense I got when I was walking around. It just was a good vibe, even though, by the way, we need to modernize your building, by the way. Okay.
So, that's in the works.
I know it's in the works. That's the only thing I would say. Yeah. We need to give our police department a little bit more of a modern building, please.
Probably when I retire, it'll be built. So I'm not going to hold my breath on it, but I know it's in the works. Yeah. So you mentioned the camaraderie.
Yeah,
being a baseball player, it's like I traded one uniform for another uniform.
Right.
And I know Eric now like 12 years, and we've gone to, recruiting trips, and it's what I needed after playing baseball. It felt like, you're still part of a team. You keep that going. And as far as me, that's what keeps me smiling every day, is knowing I can come to work. I know it's a dangerous job. We have a tough job, but you got to make it fun too at the same time.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Now, dangerous and fun was a little bit of what I saw with Malik McDowell yesterday. Did you see your brethren in Deerfield Beach, what they had to deal with? A 6'6", 300-pound defensive naked lineman running the streets? Did you watch that yesterday?
I didn't see it. I did hear about it. It's an unfortunate situation. We've dealt with stuff like that out here. I don't know his situation, but that's a big man,
Yeah.
Hopefully, nobody was.
You need to see that video. You need to see that video because he's running wild, and there's one officer that gets in his way, and he, obviously, who the hell can stand in front of that guy? He's 6'6", 300 pounds. None of us are going to be able to stand in front of him.
That's a missed tackle at that point.
Yeah. Yes. But I give him credit. He tried to tackle him. Okay.
Right.
He tried, but it was. And I got to tell you, you got to be brave to even try to tackle a 300-pound naked man. Now, that's just, that's really when you guys are doing your job at your max right there. You've got to tackle How many times have you had to tackle a naked man, Officer Norito?
I don't remember tackling a naked man. I had to deal with naked men, but not tackle them.
Okay. I was nervous for a moment because you were like scanning. I'm going, oh my God, it's happened to him more than once. That is awesome. All right, folks, remember flpdjobs.com. They are hiring certified and uncertified police officers and detention officers. As you mentioned, great opportunities to join the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. Officer Norito, thank you for taking some time, my man. I really appreciate it. And no more beds with bugs. That's it.
What a nightmare.
That's a nightmare. Appreciate you, man.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
You got it. There you go. Officer Norito. That is awesome right there. Oh, God. That's gross. Think about that. Bed bugs. Oh. You hear that story, Sean? He lifts the mattress up and they're flying out. Oh, they got a nest. Oh, that's gross. Oh, man. That's disgusting. Wow. Man. Yeah, Malik McDowell was just, that was crazy. Did you see that video, Sean, of Malik McDowell? That was a crazy video. And how, I got to tell you, that officer, give him a month off. Seriously, the guy from Deerfield Beach, I don't know the officer's name, but that man's got some balls because he actually stood in front of Malik McDowell and trying to stop him, which there's no way I do that. I become a matador right there like, Olay. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You saw the lawyer? The lawyer said, well, they must have snuck something in his drink or something like that. I'm like, all right, whatever. It's a lawyer. What are you going to do? Believe him? I mean, give me a break. That was a crazy story. I mean, it's a big ass naked dude and he's lying on the street at one point. And it's like, what is going on with that man? And then the other one was the Jags lineman, Laurenti Zavon, Laurenti McCray. It's Laurenti Zavon McCray is the man's name. He's 31 years old. He was up in the Jacksonville area, I believe, and he was on or Orlando area, maybe. I think it was in Orlando, and he took police on like a high-speed chase. And his truck, dude, he was doing even like over 100. And the cops, initially they pull the lights and they ask him to pull over, and he gave him the middle finger. And he speeds away. And then here's the report is awesome because I saw the video and all that stuff, and it's crazy stuff. And I never know if we get in trouble with these damn videos with YouTube, so I don't know if I should show them or not or whatever. But the story is freaking awesome because listen to this story, okay? This is like crazy. National Football League player arrested, fleeing police at a high rate of speed in Fruitland Park. McCray, 31, who played for the 15 Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos, was at the wheel of his white Dodge Ram pickup when the chase began due to apparent speeding violation, according to the police report. From the Fruitland Park Police Department, the pursuit reached up to 100 miles per hour and ended in Tavares. McCray, who currently is a lineman for the Jags, was alone in the pickup and displayed an expletive hand gesture, the middle finger, towards the officer in the initiated traffic stop. McCray appeared to be in an altered mental state and transported by Lake EMS to Advent Health Waterman in Tavares for a medical evaluation. During an interview at the emergency room, McCray asked the officer who chased him, "Oh, that was you? My bad." "Hey, man, I'm chasing you and you're doing 100 miles an hour and you're sending me the finger. Oh, that was you? Oh, my bad." I saw that story. It's like, can you imagine that? So you put the cops on a 100-mile police chase through residential and all kinds of stuff. You put everybody at risk, your life at risk, everybody else's life at risk, because you never know what's going to happen at 100 miles an hour, man. You could flip, turn over, hit other cars, run into a house, a business. You never know what the hell is going to happen at 100 miles an hour. You give the guy the middle finger, and then he tells you, "Hey, man, we're trying to pull you over. You're doing 100 miles. Oh, that was you. Oh, my bad. My bad. My bad resolves everything." It's like sorry. Sorry is the key word for everything in life. You can get out of it, you know? By the way, we always give you our OKCoin, our okcoin.com crypto corner that we do every single day. So I've been telling you because, people get frustrated with what's going on with, what's it called? With crypto right now, and where Bitcoin is kind of, steady right now. It's kind of trading sideways in the 42 area. Let me look it up again for you right now where it's at, because just in case, it's up 1.5%. It's at 42,400. So it's kind of been in that area for a while now, right? And so a lot of you, we've been talking about this, and I've been explaining the patience, and I've been explaining that at times what you want to do, these are the moments you want to take advantage of. This is what I normally do when we talk about, crypto, and what we talk about the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin. And here's where I want you to not pay attention to the FUD. Even though this thing's been floating around 40 to 42, up to 43 and 44, and there's some talk that there could be a little bit of even a bigger dip to like 37, 38, 39, which would be a few thousand more down, which, by the way, I would welcome it. I mean, I would love it. But eventually it's going to turn up, because the exchanges like OKCoin are running out of Bitcoin. Okay, they're running out of Bitcoin and Ethereum. Exchanges all over the world, they have less and less and less. Okay, so eventually it's going to skyrocket. I don't know exactly when. There might be a little bit more of a dip and then it goes, or it keeps trading sideways a little bit more before it takes off. But let me explain why it's going to take off. Brazil hovers over 10% of crypto in increasingly. Brazil's the second largest city, Rio, in Brazil, plans to invest 1% of its treasury in crypto. Mayor Eduardo Paes joined Miami Mayor Francis Suarez to announce the plans, which may also allow residents to save on taxes paid in Bitcoin. Okay? And in other loan news, the stock exchange plans to enter into the crypto market, and Brazil's largest crypto exchange has tripled its users since 2020, boosted by citizens trading 11.4 billion in US dollars pegged stable coins last year. Turkey, okay? Their inflation has boomed to 36% by the end of this last year here in 2021. The Turkish lira devalued at a record pace against the dollar, losing nearly half of its value last year. Crypto exchange volume in the country soared to an average of 1.8 billion per day. And in the fourth quarter of 2021, beyond BTC traders, Turkey has embraced Tether, the largest dollar-pegged stablecoin. On December 21st, the lira spiked to nearly 60% of Tether's total trading volume by currency. Okay? Argentina has the highest inflation among major economies out there and has enabled crypto payments now. Strike, the Lightning Network powered by Bitcoin payment apps, has helped El Salvador adopt Bitcoin as legal tender, launched in Argentina this week. The move came after Ethereum co-founder Vitalik Buterin met with Argentina's former president in December to discuss how crypto could foster businesses in the country. And according to a local survey, 2/3 of Argentines who invest in crypto say they do so to protect their savings. In Mexico, the leading supermarket and banking chain, Grupo Electra, announced that it would accept Bitcoin payments. Real estate transactions in Bitcoin are also emerging there, with apartments in the popular beachfront city of Tulum changing hands of 5.78 Bitcoin, about 240,000, via the Latin American real estate platform La House. An executive at the firm said, "This shows that's the way we buy a home is changing. Not only do we do it digitally, breaking geographical barriers, but now we do it breaking monetary boundaries." Folks, country after country after country will end up adopting Bitcoin as their currency. And crypto, whether it's Tether, whether it's Ethereum, whether it's Cardano, whether it's Solana, they're all going to explode. Okay? And this is why I'm telling you, you must be patient. And this is what I'm doing. I'm patient and I'm staying strong. And if it dips, I keep buying. Because when this thing boomerangs and turns around, we will never see 40 again. We will never see 30. We will probably never see 50 and 60 again. Okay? Because it's math. There's billions of people on the planet, and the planet eventually will be dealing in crypto. That's where we're going. Okay? Paper and paintings and all these they're all going by the wayside. It's going to be a digital world. So that is your okcoin.com crypto corner. Patience is what I'm showing. I'm not a financial advisor, just a guy who loves crypto, but I am not going to get flustered at all by any of this. If you allow it to get flustered like you do with Cardano, you will miss out when Cardano explodes. Those of you that got frustrated with Ethereum a year ago, you missed out on the boom, and now you ended up getting into Ethereum at 3,000 and 4,000 and 4,500. And those of us that were patient and stayed strong at 16 and 17 and 1,800 or 1,200 and bought when it went down instead of panicking, those are the people that are enjoying the profits now to this day. And that's the same way it's going to be with Bitcoin. You stay strong, you buy now, and you hold. And eventually, when it skyrockets, you're the one that's going to pay off because of your patience. And by the way, as I've told all of you out there, stake your coins. So even when it trades sideways, you're still earning interest along the way. Okay? That's your okcoin.com crypto corner. All right?
There you go.
What else? Yes, sir.
Let me do this
Yes,
real
sir.
quick.
What do we have?
The Miami Heat have just released a statement. Tyler Hero has entered health and safety protocols and is ruled out of tonight's game against the Blazers. Chris Silva, who was ineligible, will now be available.
Okay. All right. All right. I mean, what is this? Another test to show you that they'll kick somebody else's ass without somebody else? That's it. That's all we're doing there. That's the beauty of it. All right, Tyler Hero's out. Normally, like a regular team, you're like freaking out and all that. Oh my God, we lost Tyler Hero and all that. But with us here, we're like, not a big deal. Not a big deal. The Heat will overcome. They'll figure it out. Isn't that a beautiful thing? That's just awesome. It really is awesome. Oh, I love it. All right. Let's see. Do I have anything else to add? Oh, yeah. This is, Sean, this is an incredibly sad day. I don't know if you know this, but this is an incredibly sad day in sports. Do you know why? Do you have any idea why? Huh? Can you guess, Sean? You can't? You're flustered. You can't figure it out. And I understand that, Sean. I mean, it's not really an easy thing to figure out, but I want you all out there to understand that today is a day that we will all regret. It's a day that sports took a step back. Specifically, college football has suffered maybe one of the 5 greatest losses ever to the sport. Tate Martell has announced his retirement from college football. Yep. Joe Arrigo of Franchise Sports Media in Las Vegas has reported on Tuesday Martell has retired from football. Arrigo says Martell is focused on business and has some big things in store. That's right. He's grateful to Coach Arroyo and UNLV for giving him a chance. He also would like to keep an eye on what Tate has going on business-wise because it's about to blow up. That's right. Martell entered the college football world as a highly hyped player coming out of high school, moved from San Diego to Las Vegas so he can play for Bishop Gorman. Martell went 45-0 for Bishop Gorman as quarterback. He won the Gatorade National Player of the Year. He was featured as QB1 on the TV show and received tremendous attention as a recruit. He committed to Washington as a 14-year-old, then Texas A&M, ultimately switched to Ohio State, where he signed and started his career as a freshman at Ohio State. Martell saw the most action of his career. Urban Meyer used Martell in some red zone situations, and the young quarterback passed for 269 yards and a touchdown and rushed for 128 yards and 2 touchdowns. He then transferred to Miami, where he rushed for a whole 7 yards and passed for an entire 7 yards in 3 games in 2 seasons. Underwent position switch to wide receiver. Martell ultimately transferred to UNLV, where he only appeared in 2 games. I got to tell you, there is no player in the history of college football that has been more hyped and been a bigger turd than that guy right there, Tate Martell. When I watched him throw the ball, I'm wondering, how could you even recruit him? He made it to Ohio State. Now, maybe he had an arrest record that we don't know about, and that's why Urban wanted him. But then, they bring him here, and I'm like, you watch him play, and you're like, whoa, that's not a quarterback arm. Like, wait a minute, I have a better arm than that. Sean Stanley can throw with his foot better than Tate Martell throws with his arm. By the way, Sean can spin it with the foot. It's a tricky. He'll show you in Vegas. If you go to Vegas for the draft and you join us, Sean will show you how he throws spirals with his feet. But anyway, as I digress here, I mean, Tate Martell will be missed. Wow. Think of all the 7 yards he accomplished in his career. Man, gotta tell you. I don't know if I can watch college football next year. It's going to be hard not knowing that Tate Martell is not there. Damn, dude. That's rough. That's rough. I got to tell you. Big O, why has Miami coin tanked? Darren, I'm glad you're asking me that. And by the way, I have bought more Miami coin while it tanked, because then when it goes up, I can then gain some of the interest back that I lost. I'm not sure of this, but I think a lot of it has to do with what Bitcoin happened when the miners for Bitcoin, the miners right now they're not selling any of their Bitcoin anymore. They're smart now. Now they're taking loans out on the Bitcoin, paying 2% back on their own Bitcoin. So, because if they took a real loan out, they'd charge them, through the roof, but only 2%, right? Which is great. And then what they're doing is, in the process of all of that, is they are buying more mining equipment. So they are loading up on their coins because obviously it's skyrocketing. Now, we've had dips at times in Bitcoin when the miners have sold off their Bitcoin. And then you'll see a big spike that'll come down, and then it'll come back up again. But usually that's an infusion that comes back in to the cryptocurrency exchanges. I think your Miami coin miners have dumped. And so now they're back into the accumulation phase, and it's going to take a little bit. You're going to need Bitcoin because remember, Stacks is on the Bitcoin network. Stacks is also going up, and Stacks is adding also some updates now. And so you can expect the Stacks coin to go up, which is what they pay you in interest on Miami coin when it's staked on OKCoin. Again, this is just a guess, okay? I think your miners sold out on the Miami coin, and that plummeted the coin. Now you got to hang in there and wait. And I think now, I believe in this next month here, Bitcoin is going to turn around at one point or another. And when it does, you're going to see Miami coin also soar. That's why I've bought it at 7 and 8 and 9 cents. I bought a bunch of, not 7 or 8 or 9 tenths of a cent. I'm sorry. So because I initially got it at 1.9, I think it was 1.7 or something like that. And it went up to 3 and 4 and 4.5 cents even. So I was killing it. And then it's gone down now. And so now, we're not killing it nearly as much, but you got to hang in there. So what did I do? I bought more of it and staked more of it, even though it's only at 145%. But I still staked it because I know when it does bounce back, that'll pay off for me in a big time way. So there you go. So that's my explanation for the dip on Miami coins. I think the miners that have mined the coin have actually, launched it. Sold off. And that's why you've got the dip. David says, hey, I know you've mentioned it before, but if I were to put around $200 a paycheck into crypto, what would be the best way to split the amount amongst the recommended coins? Well, do it right now because Bitcoin is still low. 40% into Bitcoin and Ethereum is low. 30% into Ethereum, 10% into Polygon, 10% into Avalanche, and 10% into Cardano. Okay? There you go. All right? Do it like that. That's simple, and you don't have to really look at it that much. You don't have to worry about it that much. And then the next time you have, another $50 or $100 or $5,000, whatever you can afford, break the pie down again like that. 40% Bitcoin, 30% Ethereum, 10, 10, and 10. Leave it like that. That's it. And you'll be fine. Those are all going to explode. So there you go. All right. Appreciate all of you out there as always. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you all out there. Those of you that are living on the edge like we are, Edge Energy Drink, a proud new sponsor of the program. So appreciate all of you out there as always and coming to you live from the OKCoin studios. Thank you all out there for supporting, smashing the like button. Very, very important that you smash that like button. We thank Joe Shad. We thank Officer Joe Narito and Officer Perez. He was there also. Michelle Kaufman, too. We thank her, as always. And, of course, the man that masters it all, puts it all together every single day. That dude right there, Sean Stanley. Without him, we can't make it happen. We appreciate it. We will see you tomorrow. Live from Hialeah Park, like we always are, every Thursday, baby. We'll catch you there at Hialeah Park. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a good one.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show.